Thank you so much. I would want to invite the following people up. The PS has declared the conference open. All the paper presenters, tafadhali kujeni hapa mbele. All the paper presenters present. I want two artist representatives. One of them is Tash. Tash, are you in the congregation? So I would want to invite this team, the PS, just to be here for a small session of photography, joined by the paper presenters. Please spread yourselves within the line. Thank you. Oh yes, the directors of the Kenya Cultural Center, Dr. Lagat, the PS Ismail George, Mr. George, representative of the PS Youth. Mr. Wambia, CEO Heroes, Hasita, Alliance, please join us up. I know the stage is full. We'll be taking in turns, but let's have this first one as a symbolic show. Are our photographers ready? And so it has been declared open. Thank you. So I will just request for photo purpose that, thank you. Zema, thank you. I wish to request the first team, we'll move on the side. I want the PS, the chair, and the chairman of the scientific committee to take the first photo with paper presenters. All the presenters, please join in. Thank you. The next one, thank you. You may be seated, our presenters. The next one is with the Governing Council. Directors, please join in. Yes. No, bad. Thank you. The rest of us can resume their seats as the guests sit. Partners. Did Asita go? Did you take a photo with us? Please. Hiva Fund, are you here? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would now want to invite Dr. Shikuku to take us through the next phase of the program.
Our PS in the Ministry of Culture, Arts and Heritage, our Chairman of Council, KCC, the CEO, KCC, our Chairman of the Scientific Committee, our keynote speaker of the day, partners of this conference, presenters, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Good morning once again. My name is Dr. Emmanuel Shikuku. I am a member of the scientific committee that brought the papers together that were submitted. And at this point, I'll be helping in the running of the program. Our chief guest, at this point in time, if you allow us, we will move to the core mandate of this conference, which is the presentation of the keynote address, because conferences of this nature are usually set. The pace of the conferences of this nature is usually set by the keynote addresses and how they enlighten or they bring us to the thinking of what exactly we are going to discuss in the day as well as in the whole conference. So without further ado, our chief guest, allow me to bring to the audience Joy Mboya, who is our keynote speaker of the day. Allow me just to say one or two words about Joy Mboya. Joy is the executive director of the Go Down Arts Center, a long-running multidisciplinary non-profit focal point for artistic experimentation. And it's also a cross-sector partnerships and creative collaborations in East Africa. When you talk about the creative sector of this country, you cannot fail to mention the Go Down that Joy is the creative director. The Go Down champions the role of culture in sustainable urban development and nation making. Joy has a wide experience in the cultural creative sector, having served on the boards of many different arts organizations, including the Kenya Cultural Center incorporating the National Theatre. She's also served as on the advisory board of the International Federation of Arts Council and Culture Agencies. Joy is bringing us a wealth of experience, having herself amassed a number of awards and commendations for cultural leadership. She is the recipient of the Head of State Commendation Medal in the 2009 edition for her contribution to the development of the creative economy, and the Order of the Grand Warrior 2013 for outstanding cultural leadership. The creative economy policy that is being drafted right now has its base in some of the activities that Joy was doing, and we as emerging creative artists, we are really grateful for that work. Joy is a Salzburg Seminars Fellow, which she was awarded in 2012, and a Ford Foundation Fellow 2015. I hope I am safe when I say about Ford Foundation. Most recently, Joy was the recipient of Gildersleeve Professorship in the architecture department, Barnard College, Columbia University, New York City, in the US. That was in the spring of 2020. And in 2024, this year that we are in, Joy was honored in a very special way to receive the Chevalier de l'Ordre des Arts and des Lettres by the French government. This is a high honor of anyone who is involved in the creative arts sector. And being recognized by another government, the French government, is a high honor. So with those accolades and many, many more that I don't want to say so that you feel like we are showing off, allow me to invite Joy Mboya to come and address us. Welcome, Joy.
Thank you so much. Madam PS, Chairman of the Governing Council, Professor Mugubi, Chair of the Scientific Committee, the CEO of the Kenya Cultural Center, distinguished guests, my artists, thank you so much for the invitation to speak at this conference. You know, this space is a very special space to many of us. And to me in particular, because 50 years ago, and I know some of you are half that age, 50 years ago, I was in this space as a primary school child, picking up awards for doing well in school. And across the street, across the courtyard, the parking, also picking up awards for elocution and poetry delivery. So this space has been instrumental in the development of many artists, including myself. And I commend the CEO in carrying on that tradition of trying to see how this space remains at the heart of the development of performing arts in this country and in this city. This conference is a gathering that aims to stimulate discussion and collaboration in the performing arts among the diverse stakeholders that are represented here. We have policymakers, we have academicians, we have the artists themselves, we have administrators in the arts. And I imagine from the theme of the conference that we hope to come away at the end with some actionable steps for sustainable and ever-growing performing arts field that has relevance and adds value to people and to our communities. So I wish to provoke this gathering with some thoughts so that this opening keynote is really around the questions, hopefully, that we can take with us throughout the remainder of the days of this conference. I hope that these provocations will be useful as we explore the theme, Igniting the Future, Sustainable Innovation and Social Impact in the Performing Arts. But I should say that this quest, this desire for a sustainable arts sector is not new. It is a discussion that we enter into again and again, especially when you're as old as I am. You find that this repeats itself maybe every 5 years, maybe every 10 years, maybe even a shorter span of time. But each time that we do that, I do hope that we take away some insights about our sector, even as we remind ourselves about some of the things that we have failed to do for our sector, some of the bad practices that we're not able to shake. But to return to an issue again and again is not a bad thing. In fact, I think that it is a good way of really trying to see how do you achieve success in the goals that we're setting ourselves for the performing arts sector. Especially if after each such gathering as this, we go forth in action. Yeah? We don't just leave it as a good moment of sharing, but we go forth in action. so that when we come back again on another occasion, we can discuss those actions and whether they've propelled us further along in achieving our goals and making the change that we want to make in this sector. So I'm a strong proponent of this process. It's called iterative processes. You do a small thing, and then you think about it, you see what you learned, and then you make the next plan. This is a good way of reading and rereading whether the vital signs of our sector are healthy or not. The indicators of the health of our sector. Are they going well, or are they going not so well? So for the remainder of the time that I have, I will speak to this idea of the vital signs of our sector, so that we can each, as stakeholders, be more agentic, have agency, feel that we are in charge of the future of our sector, that we can be more intentional, that we are not haphazard, but we are planning and thinking, that we can be more strategic, that we are really choosing and reading the environment and the opportunity that sits with us, so that in the end, we can actually advance a sustainable innovation and social impact in the performing arts. Now, reading the vital signs of a sector is very much like reading the vital signs of a living organism. A living organism can be a plant, it can be a fish, it can be an animal, it can be a human being. And we know that a living organism changes over time. It crosses specific growth milestones as it steadily builds its capacity to survive and to thrive. So in a human being, for example, the vital signs that we look for, if we're doing well health-wise, is we are saying, is my body temperature sitting at about 37 degrees centigrade? If it's sitting there, I'm okay. How is my blood pressure? Is it within the range of health? If it's sitting there, it is okay. How is my heart rate? Is it normal? We're okay. And then, of course, there are also social indicators that we can read about how a human being is doing. We say, how is this human being socialized? Are they able to collaborate? Are they able to work with others? Are they able to live in society in a healthy relational way? Has their potential been drawn out and developed so that they can be independent and self-reliant? These are indicators, and we can apply the same to the ecosystem of the performing arts. So how do we identify and read the vital signs of the performing arts ecology today? And I'll share a few areas of some of the things that I see, and I'm sure that you will and can also identify for yourselves some of these vital signs and add them to the list. And in reading these vital signs in the sector, we are basically trying to find answers to a number of questions. And one of the questions that we are asking ourselves concerns growth of this sector. Are we getting better and better from decade to decade, from conference to conference or not? How is the sector growing? Where do we see the buds and the branches and the trunks of its growth? How is this growth being propelled and nurtured? And we can see already examples of what is happening here at the Kenya Cultural Center, where they have a program to nurture growth. So let me take us just through a few areas that I feel are areas for us to read the vital signs of the sector and to be able to measure for ourselves whether we are doing well, and if we're not doing well, what do we do about it? So the first sign, in my view, is around the space that we occupy, the political space and the cultural space that we occupy. How open is this space for creative expression? Is that openness upheld in principle and in practice? In other words, we're talking about freedom of expression and freedom of creative expression or artistic expression specifically. And how do we measure this particular sign, this vital sign? How robust is this sign? Do we see that because there is that freedom of creative expression, that there is bolder creativity out there, that there is more experimentation out there? Do we see that because there is this freedom of expression, that there are more art spaces emerging over time? Do we see that because of this principle, there is more physical infrastructure that is being created and platforms that support production and exchange and presentation in the performing arts? It's important to remember that there was a time in our country when the freedom of voice was suppressed. And then in 2002, with the advent of multi-party politics, the democratic space began to open. And in 2010, of course, with our new constitution, under Chapter 4, the Bill of Rights, Article 33(1), freedom of expression and freedom of artistic expression specifically are safeguarded. So this vital sign, which speaks to the formulation of policy and law as guiding and safeguarding frameworks for the arts, is a vital one. Now, how would you score this sign today? And I want you to think about that. What is your score for this sign? What is this sign yielding in the space that we sit in today? Would you give it a 2 out of 10? Would you give it a 5 out of 10? Would you give it an 8 out of 10? How would you score that sign? A second vital sign, in my view, has to do with this idea of building institutions and enabling organizations in the arts and in the performing arts specifically to emerge, to be able to be. How are structures forming that advance the needs and the interests of the arts? And so once again, the question is, how will we measure this vital sign? Are we seeing, through policy and law, that appropriate institutions which are responsive to the needs of the sector, which are long visioned into the future, are we seeing these emerging? Or are we sitting on old institutions that there is nothing new coming out? How is institution building perceived and integrated into the sector ecosystem? What kinds of organizations are we seeing emerging? Are they just groups that form out of expediency, that are around for a year or 2 or maybe 3 and then disappear? Or are we seeing seeds that will become our future institutions, our future organizations that begin to present a very robust cultural life for Kenya? How well are these institutions that we have today doing? What is their capacity for organizational development, for administration? And so once again, how do you score this particular vital sign that it is about institution building? Would you give it a 1 out of 10? Would you give it a 3 out of 10? Would you give it a 7 out of 10? And I hope that you think about these and you score them. Okay. Another vital sign is to do with what the Kenya Cultural Center is doing so well, which is this aspect of training and trying to professionalize the sector, and also thinking about knowledge generation and information in this sector. In this instance, when we're reading this vital sign, how is creative human capital? This is all of us, creatives. We are human capital, yeah? We are human resources that are trying to see how, if our potential is nurtured, we can then realize ourselves. How is this human capital being enhanced? Now, this particular sign, in my view, is one that has not shown promise for a long time. I think it is still of concern today, but I'm asking you to score it. Because despite some of the gains that we have made, where we're saying that now we have a constitution that very clearly recognizes freedom of artistic expression. We have a constitution that actually places culture at the foundation of the nation. Yeah? That despite those gains and those great steps forward, I feel that there is still a very poor link between formal education or training in the arts and the practice and the industry. Furthermore, if we're looking at knowledge generation and information, I see that we are still challenged to systematically document and map our sector in a sustained way so that we have information and knowledge that helps in the planning for this sector. How would you score this vital sign today? Again, would you give it a 0 out of 10? I don't think so, because training is happening. Would you give it a 2.5 out of 10? Would you give it a 6 out of 10? How do you see this vital sign? And what does it tell us about the state of the performing arts field? And then there is one more level of reading the vital signs that I would like to share as well. And the question here is about how the sector actually relates and intersects with the wider economy, with the wider social space. Because sectors cannot be insular. If they're insular, they implode. And if particularly we're looking at the opportunities that sit within this sector for monetization, for job creation, for livelihood, then we need to begin to think about how our sector intersects with the wider economy and the wider social space. So this particular vital sign is about looking at how the performing arts sector is locating itself in relation to the local and national ecosystems that have nothing to do with the arts. Does it have a relationship with agriculture? Does it have a relationship with health? Does it have a relationship with fisheries? These are questions to ask ourselves, and if it does, what is the value in that relationship? And if it doesn't, can there be a relationship? When you look at counties today with devolution, I think we're beginning to see that counties are giving attention to culture as a strategy for economic growth. And this is something that will pick up pace. And so it is something that we need to give attention to in whichever county we sit. And so we need to think about whether within the sectors that we're operating, the performing arts sector particularly, how is our sector accommodating or adaptable to the development aims of the county itself? Are our activities complementing or augmenting the county's agenda? I'll give the example of Nairobi County, which is my county. Nairobi County has a department that is dedicated to city arts, culture, and tourism. And this is the department that organizes the annual Nairobi Festival, and we've also seen that it has been organizing the Battle of the Choirs that comes around about Easter. Now the question is, in reading this vital sign around how we are locating ourselves in relation to things that are not the arts, how are performing artists participating in these platforms that seek to boost county tourism through the arts? Nairobi's agenda is an agenda of tourism. There is an agenda of the arts, but there's also an agenda of tourism. So how are we positioning ourselves in relation to this agenda of tourism? And then the urban counties, of course, also have a desire to create a cohesive county, because urban counties are cosmopolitan. We are mixed in terms of cultures. Again, how do we play a role in contributing to the agenda of the county and the interest of the county, the urban county particularly, to create this cohesive space? And then as we think about how we relate to other sectors, of course, one which we have now adopted so well that we merge it with our own sector is the digital economy. Yeah? Sometimes there seems to be a very fine line between a creative economy and the digital economy. But again, we need to ask ourselves, in that relation with this digital economy, how are we thinking about the vital signs, the things that show that we are thriving in this new digital space? Or are we being overtaken by the digital future? Are we part of that wave? Are we not part of that wave? And so again, I ask the question, this vital sign, which is about locating ourselves in relation to things that are not the arts, how would you score this vital sign? Would you give it a 4? Would you give it an 8? Would you give it a 10? So what are we doing here? What am I saying? When we read the vital signs of the sector, we are able, I hope, to have a sense of the trajectory of its growth. When you're looking at a plant that you're growing, if you're a farmer, and you see the maize, the ears of maize are drooping, the leaves are yellow, you can project that you will not have a good harvest. Yeah? We can do the same with this sector. When we read the vital signs of our sector, we are able to see the trajectory of its growth. Is it doing well? Will it do well? Or is it about to tank? But the important thing with reading these vital signs is that we can then make an intervention. And this is where there is an important role for each one of us, wherever we sit, whether we are the policymaker, whether we are the administrator, whether we are the artist. We all have a role to play in trying to see how, in reading a trajectory that is not promising, that we say to ourselves, what can we do about it? And what will we do about it? What is the action that we need to take? Some of the questions that we can ask ourselves as we look at this trajectory of the performing arts in particular. Are we seeing a natural integration of the performing arts into community life? Are we seeing foundational education for young people and lifelong learning in adults through the performing arts? Are we seeing a healthy pattern of growth ahead or not? And then importantly, what can we do differently in this regard? And so now my question to you is, after this conference, today until Friday, you will be debating and discussing and understanding many facets of the performing arts, and many questions will be coming up. But after that conference, will you be able to reflect, either alone or in a group or with your friends, about what really is the state of the vital signs of this sector? And after you do that, will you be able to ask yourself, what am I going to do about this? And after you ask yourself that question, what am I going to do about this? Will you actually take action? Because when you take action, then the next time that we do this conference, we will be in a different place. And we'll have a different scoring of the vital signs of the performing arts sector. And so with these questions and with these provocation, I wish you a very, very good conference. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Joy Mboya. I had promised you that it will be provocative, and I think it has been provocative. We are asked to think about it, to reflect, to create intervention, and to take action, so that when we are hosting the third Performing Arts Conference, there should be some change. Normally, in keynote addresses, we don't have question and answer. we assume that they are self-sufficient. And I want to believe that that keynote address has been self-sufficient. But I think Joy Mboya will be around if you have any question that you would like her to clarify about the vital signs and anything that she said, you are free to interact. I hope I'm speaking on your behalf when I say that. Our chief guest, I think it's time we took a health break. With your permission, allow me to guide as follows. That everybody who is sitting here goes upstairs, not this upstairs, there's another upstairs where the CEO will show you to have a health break. And for us who are sitting here, we'll exit, normally we say exit, stage left, stage right, but we will exit auditorium left. That door will be opened for a health break. Welcome for a cup of tea. I am just being informed that if you are a paper presenter, the direction has been given that you can also go upstairs. What is there, I don't know. But if you are a paper presenter, please don't exit auditorium left. Wait and exit upstairs. We will only take 10 minutes and then we come back for the mid-morning session. Enjoy your break.
We can't see your presentation.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, we can. Sorry, we can.
So will I be going next, or is it somebody else first?
You shall be queued in, so just give us a few minutes. Okay. I'll just be engaging you in a few. Hi, Sonal.
Hello?
Can you hear the presentation in the background?
No. Can I hear it? Is what you said?
Recording stopped.
Hello, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
One, two. Hi, Sanas. Could you mind speaking for us so that we can test the audio here? Because we can see your presentation. We just need to test your audio. Hi, Sanas. Could you please repeat what you said? Just keep on.
Yes, we can hear you, but we are sorting something.
slightly. You can hear me? Great. Choir, give us one more.
Sinners, just keep talking, please. So, project ni sawa, hapo ndio hapo. Nasema audio. Ndio nasema audio ya hiyo machine. Ndio kuna shida. Jack yake iko. Jack yake iko. Sawa. Acha nione kama tunaweza pata na hapo. Sinners, just say something for us so that we can test it for now.
Hello, hello. Hello.
Just keep on talking, Sinners, please.
Hello, hello. Hello, 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Can you hear us? Sinners? Sinners, can you hear us? We just wanted to test. Sorry for the inconvenience. We're just trying to test the audio. 1, 2. Mic test. Sena, just continue tapping, or could you give us a brief intro on your presentation?
What would you like me to do? Hello?
Sena, just pardon, what were you saying? We had the choir here.
1, 2, 1, 2.
We had the choir here. Kindly speak. We couldn't hear you.
Yes? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Are you far from your mic?
No?
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've been entertained with that choir and percussionist accompaniment. We would like to now launch ourselves straight into the conference with the first session. And this session will be moderated by none other than the award-winning playwright in this Republic of Kenya called Fred Mbogo. Applaud for Fred Mbogo. Mbogo will introduce the panelists for the presentations. Karibu, Daktari Mbogo.
Good afternoon. I want to welcome you to this particular session. We are very fortunate to have two presenters. They're supposed to be three, but when there are two, I think they are sweeter to listen to. I mean, it's unfortunate that we don't have the third today, but we'll stick with the two. One of them is here with us physically. She's called Anne Wahome. And then we have one who is online, who is called Sanaz Amidi. I don't know whether we can start with the online presenter and how that happens. So we're going to have 15 minutes for each presenter, and then we see how that goes. Okay, I think we are going to start with Anne Wahome, who is here with us. I'm going to invite her on stage. She is a poet. She is a writer. She is a feminist, and she also describes herself as what some of you like, a plant mother. I asked her what it means, and she says she's a mother of many children who are plants. But anyway, let's listen to her. She might have some magic to give us. Thank you. Sweet.
Thank you. Sana itufanya wadosi, sio? Almost 4 years ago, I sat in a poetry performance audience with my friend. Now, during the show, my friend turned to me and with a very serious face asked me, "Why poetry? What does poetry really mean to you?" Now, for someone that identifies as a poet, you'd think I had a brilliant, beautiful, insightful, compassionate, or a compelling answer. I did not. I am guessing at the time, I was no different to someone seated here today. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between. My name is Anne Wahome, and I am here to present a spoken paper on empowering change through art on the sub-theme, the social impact of performing arts in addressing key social issues in Kenya. Now, I have so many things to say about poetry as my focus of the performing arts, but I will focus on 4 things. My first focus will be on art for change, or in this case, poetry for change. Now, I believe we all know, in so many ways, poetry has been an effective tool for change in Kenya. Various poets continue to use their platforms to advocate for change and address social issues. On this, I will give 2 examples. We all remember a few years ago when King Kaka released Wajinga Nyinyi. Now, it was a controversial piece. For some, he had gone to an extreme, and for some, we needed the brutal honesty as a country. In the piece, King Kaka challenged Kenyans to make better decisions when selecting their leaders. He also condemned social injustices, such as a word that we have unfortunately grown so accustomed to as a country, corruption. My second example is on Revolution poem by Mumbi Macharia. Now, I'm sure we've all come across this poem on our social media platforms, but if you haven't, I hope these words ring a bell. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will be on Instagram Live. The revolution will come in form of hashtags. The revolution will be led by youths who went through school with no guarantee of ever being hired. Now, we can all agree this is what we are witnessing as a country today and in the past few weeks in our country. Mumbi might have written this poetry 4 years ago, but we cannot deny its impact in influencing the youths in the demand for better governance, accountability from our leaders, and an end to societal injustices. Now, these are just simple examples of how poetry has and will continue having an influence in our society. My second focus is on poetry being used to amplify women's voices by highlighting and eradicating gender inequality. It's unfortunate that earlier this year, we got to witness so many cases of femicide in our country. While activists and lawyers played the legal role, poets helped create awareness and condemn these issues. I'll give an example. Mufasa, with a global audience, helped amplify the situation and also addressed gender inequality as a critical social issue in our country. Now, we could argue about this every day. We could take today, we could take tomorrow and argue, but one thing is certain, that Kenya is a predominantly patriarchal society. My female friends and I have these monthly, or not so monthly, sessions, depending on availability because we have to pay taxes. And during these spaces, we get to share our poetry pieces. We get to laugh together, we get to talk together, we even get to cry together. Now, these spaces have given me and my female friends life. As a poet seated here today, I challenge you to create such spaces for our dearest women and men who support the cause for a better and a gender-equal society. My third focus is poetry as an efficient platform for raising awareness on sensitive issues such as mental health. Now, I believe we've all come across these social media campaigns where we're told, it's okay not to be okay, talk to someone, check on your friends, check on your silent friend, check on your happy friend, check on that friend that you haven't heard from in a while. Now, do we always do these things? Are we not all battling something that even our closest people have no idea about? Now, you might wonder where poetry and mental health intertwine, but I promise you, it does. By performing and listening to poetry, we have and can continue to create awareness and an understanding of the mental health issues across communities in Kenya. Like many people here, I presume, I struggle with anxiety from time to time. Now, the only way that I get to remain sane during these moments is by getting back to the creative in me and writing poetry. Having learned from a personal experience, I challenge you, anytime you feel overwhelmed, stressed, write, listen, or read some poetry. Now, for you thinking, but I'm not a poet, how do I write? Poetry needs no perfection. Anyone can be a poet, I presume. You just need to write authentically what you feel in your heart and what situation you're experiencing. My last focus is on poetry as a tool for community engagement. Poetry events such as open mic nights, poetry slams, and even the conference we have here today have and will continue to foster community engagement by bringing people together to share and listen to each other's ideas, experiences, aspirations, and fears. Now, poetry in this case has helped strengthen community bonds, promoted a collective identity, and a sense of belonging among many individuals. Poetry has also helped form grassroots movements to advocate for social change. It has helped encourage action and participation in societal issues of so many people in our country. Some of you might know the Sauti za Mtaani initiative. And for you who might not have idea what this is, Sauti za Mtaani is a grassroots movement within the Mukuru kwa Njenga communities. This movement uses poetry and other forms of performing art to promote education, promote accountability among leaders, and convey community issues. Now, as a poet and a patriotic citizen, I understand my duty in using my gift as a tool for change. As such, I often partner with my friends on these online and physical spaces where we get to discuss social issues, write poetry, share our experiences, criticize whatever we're experiencing right now as a country in a space that we all call Heart Out Kenya. Ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between, as I stand here today, I finally have the answer to my friend's question from 4 years ago. To me, poetry is not just about words. It is listening and understanding the sounds, the meaning, the emotions of every single word. Now, I hope the next time someone asks you, why poetry? Why listen to poetry? Why perform poetry? Or even, why invest in poetry? I hope my response and this presentation resonates with you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne Wahome. I think we're going to listen to the next presenter, who is coming to us from online. I just want you to keep your questions for Anne Wahome so that after the next presenter, we're going to engage in a question and answer moment. Possibly even before the next presenter comes. I'm already thinking about your presentation as an interesting presentation. I'm just going to throw water there and ask you whether some people lost faith in something called theater for development. So why do you want us to have faith in poetry for change? Is there always a conflict between the aesthetics of things as performed and the truth of and reality of things like politics? Sometimes do they clash? Can sweetness sometimes override the need for change? Can we get lost in the sweetness of poetry and forget change, for example? I'm just amusing myself. I don't know if we are ready for the next presenter, who is Sanaz Amidi. She's, I think in summary, I will say, an international cultural consultant. She has advised the UK government. She has published severally. She has been a lecturer in the UK itself. She has degrees in fine arts. I'm just trying to present a summary. And I think we can listen to her now. Hey, I hope you can see me. No, you can't. Okay. Just take it over. Take it up.
Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
3 times, 3 times, 3 times, 3 times.
Hello? Hello? Echo. Hello? Can you hear me okay? Hello? Hello? And also, wow, what a powerhouse, Joy Maboya with her keynote speech. You know, really, what a fantastic opportunity to stimulate discussion and collaboration amongst diverse stakeholders today. But none of this would be possible without artists, without our creative practitioners. This is what we're here for. And for the past 15 years, I have had a very strong agenda around arts and health. And why is this important to me? Well, I'd say 2 things, really. The first is that I grew up in some of the poorest neighborhoods back in the UK, where health inequalities are still very much so big that the average life expectancy is 10 years younger than the rest of London, where I grew up. And so it was very important to me when I went back there in my role as chief exec of Rosetta Arts to think about my role as a arts leader in supporting and kind of, you know, vital signs. And the one that very much resonated with me was the one around human capital, and how are we actually doing better in improving the livelihoods of our artists and communities. And so today I'm going to talk to you about a proposition around an arts and health network across Kenya, and specifically around cultural social prescribing. I would like to thank my co-author, Anna Maria Wills, who was previously the founder and chief exec of the Creative Industries Development Agency for the UK. Anna Maria Wills is back in the UK. She's helping deliver a project called Cultural Producers, which is around developing a talent pipeline of cultural producers to work in the health and social practice sectors so that we can create jobs and improve the livelihoods for artists and communities. And so I'm very much living and breathing this work at the moment. So I'll just see if this will move. Great. Okay, so, why arts and health? Well, there's been a phenomenal amount of research from the World Health Organization and the Jamil Arts and Health Lab that has shown engaging with arts, heritage, and culture significantly improves health and well-being. This is what the evidence is telling us. It's telling us that the arts play a crucial role in treating and preventing long-term conditions. They help alleviate the pressure on our healthcare systems, and engaging with the arts can effectively boost resilience and well-being, both for individuals and within our communities. In 2019, the World Health Organization evidence for the role of arts. They provided substantial evidence for the role of arts in improving health and well-being. And in 2023, a subsequent report articulated that arts interventions are modest, low risk, and they can help in the prevention and management of non-communicable diseases. And what they did is they brought together 56 international researchers, including Malawi, Nigeria, and South Africa. Now, non-communicable diseases include things like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, chronic illness, neurodegenerative conditions, such as Parkinson's and dementia, and mental health. And they are responsible for a whopping 74% of premature deaths worldwide and are a leading cause of disability. So arts-based approaches to promoting health in sub-Saharan Africa. The British Medical Journal Review in 2020 analysed 50,000 records across 30 countries in the sub-Saharan African region. And studies addressed 16 different health issues. A significant majority of these were HIV and AIDS, 85%. Ebola was the subject of 6 studies, malaria 4, and cholera, reproductive health and gender-based violence, almost 2%. And the remaining 10 health issues were covered in single papers around breastfeeding, cervical cancer, cardiovascular disease, immunization. So we're really starting to delve into some really serious conditions where the evidence is showing how arts-based approaches can improve those conditions. And the studies employed or addressed the use of 17 different category forms. And the most common art form used to promote health was theatre. And we can see that theatre is used in many forms, and our presenter today nodded to Theatre for Development, but there is also participatory theatre, forum theatre, image theatre, community theatre, and appreciative inquiry. And the others that were also quite common were music and song, TV, radio, visual arts, digital arts, and what have you, things that are capable also for mobile phones. And so the use of arts-based approaches to reach large populations drive inquiries into health-related problems and facilitate reflection on and change in health-related issues they've been, I guess, articulated into 4 modes of collaboration, which is, how we use the arts to inquire into local experiences and understandings relating to health, how it can intervene in drivers of health problems, how it can provide a discrete form of therapy for a range of conditions, and how we can disseminate and validate health search findings. And it also builds on indigenous performative traditions. So these include arts-based methods that have featured prominently in public health action across sub-Saharan Africa. So the researcher, Kamlongera, points to 3 phases in this action. During the pre-colonial era, artistic expression or folk media was central to cultural transmission and education in many communities across Africa. During the colonial era, these folk media were often appropriated for the purposes of moral education, notably through the propaganda play. And in the post-colonial era, there has been a resurgence of interest in art and folk media as media for education and development. So in clinical practice, a person's story about their complex pain is broken down into measurable parts for assessment tools, often causing a gap between medical diagnosis and patient experience. So there's this tension between, subjective pain and then the kind of standardized, objective, medicalized health language. And often there is this disparity between what the patient is going through and the sort of standard infrastructure or structures around the understandings around pain in a medical context. And so that struggle to tell the story of pain often creates a mismatch around how then those symptoms are diagnosed and treated. So what is cultural prescribing? Cultural prescribing is an innovative approach within healthcare that involves referring patients to non-clinical services to support their health and well-being. When I was chief executive of Rosetta Arts, for 15 years, in the very early days, we would get referrals from doctors, from social workers, from care workers. And back then, we didn't call it cultural prescribing or social prescribing. It's great that there is a term for it, a way to articulate it, a way to recognize it. And those kind of therapeutic benefits of engaging in culture and creative activities connects individuals to local arts, culture, and heritage-based programs as part of their treatment plan. And we would often, experience this and have, letters from attendees to our centre saying, this has helped me through X, Y, and Z. And it was phenomenal, the transformation that people would go through in a very non-hierarchical, non-judgmental, creative space. And, social prescribing can be implemented in different ways. There is no sort of one-size-fits-all approach. The toolkit that the World Health Organization here referred to builds on the examples of social prescribing implementation from several different countries. And so it's, if this is something that interests you, I would recommend that you engage with potential stakeholders throughout the process. Really think about how you adapt that toolkit, how you co-design that toolkit to your local context. So how it works is that healthcare professionals such as your local doctor, your GP, your social prescriber will work closely with cultural organizations to create tailored programs that meet the specific needs of patients. So for example, at Rosetta Arts, the organization I used to lead, we had dementia for arts programs. We had programs around emotional resilience for young people. We did a whole range of different art forms to support people with disabilities, thinking about motor neuron skills and those sorts of things. So there is like a whole, wonderful world of how you can use creative practice to support the healthcare sector in meeting the needs of their patients. And so these, cultural activities have been proven to help improve mood, reduce stress, foster a sense of community, and promote physical and mental well-being. Cultural prescribing, social prescribing aims to provide a holistic approach to healthcare. So, when we think about why is this important, why use the arts, acknowledging the importance of creativity and cultural engagement in achieving and maintaining good health. There's an immense amount of studies. We see it every day when we're living and breathing this work. It helps foster community connections when we know that loneliness and social isolation is more detrimental to your health than smoking 15 cigarettes a day. We know that providing enjoyable and accessible approaches to wellness offers a platform for personal expression and empowerment. And it's supported by extensive research showing its effectiveness in enhancing both resilience, but also reducing healthcare system burdens. The other benefits of using the arts in health, which I alluded to in the Cultural Producers Programme, is one example of how we're using it to support a talent pipeline of producers to work in the health and social practice sector, to support with job creation, to improve livelihoods, to support with the local economic development, if we've got people that are representative of the communities that they want to reach, it can support civic pride, social cohesion, safer neighborhoods. In conclusion, I would say that international, but as well as this sub-Saharan African specific research demonstrates that the arts have a significant potential to inform public health responses to the growing burden of non-communicable diseases, as well as other health-related problems. As I've mentioned, the British Medical Journal review for Sub-Saharan Africa also suggests that there is potential to use arts-based approaches to reach large populations, to drive inquiries into health-related problems, and to facilitate reflection on and change in health-related issues. With care and focus on the communities with which engagement is sought, arts-based approaches to health promotion clearly have a useful role to play in improving public health in relation to both communicable diseases and non-communicable diseases in Kenya. Addressing health challenges creatively, as Kenya faces a wide range of health challenges, arts, culture, and heritage engagement can offer creative solutions to complement traditional healthcare approaches, and social cultural social prescribing, whatever label you put to it, it provides a framework for integrating these non-clinical activities into the healthcare system. I want to thank you so much for the invitation today, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay, they died. Hello. So I'm going to invite questions from the audience. I am going to invite questions from the members of the listeners who've been. Thank you very much for your paper, Sanaz Amidi. Thank you very much. I guess one of the questions I might throw at you as people think about the kind of questions they want to ask is, in Kenya, we've had so many interventions in health matters using theater. I mean, we can list a whole set of them, and some of the critics of this exercises included some people who are practitioners. I'm talking about, for example, C.J. Odhiambo has written a whole book about the ethical issues that artists face when they get into this domain of, for example, health. We used to do this ABC, abstain, be faithful, and use contraception for HIV and AIDS, for example. And it was a rather amusing, with rather interesting results, if you like. So art became this thing that we held in suspicion. Can it really change people's behavior? For example, in things like AIDS and HIV and so on. Yeah, I'm just waiting for questions, thanks. You can think about that. It's not an important question anyway.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Boniface Mwali. I'm a journalist. And first, congratulations and thank you to the organizers for putting this together. I think it's a very interesting conversation to have. And I'll start by commenting on the presentation that Sanas has made, which also ties in with the earlier presentation. And my reference to that is, I think even for the policymakers here, in Kenya, we associate a lot health with the arts. I'm not sure if this is familiar, but at policy level, we have sports, arts, and social development under one, as under one institution. And the social development component has a lot to do with health as a benefit of sports and the arts to the society. So I think this is very relevant to the practitioners in this space that, the arts actually play a role in the well-being of people. And so my question would be, maybe first to the lady from Mukuru, you could share your experience of your work in Mukuru in relation to poetry and how that, have you had, maybe to begin with, have you had any experience using poetry, say for psychosocial support? If you think about the local context right now, there's a lot of issues to do with femicide, although we're not clear what exactly is happening there. So how can poetry, for instance, be applied to enable the community there to cope with that traumatic experience that they are going through? Have you had any experience in that regard? Or do you see any ways through which poetry as an art form can be useful towards that? And for Sanas, if you can comment about, because health is also a very sensitive area of practice professionally, are there any sort of skill sets or an understanding that art practitioners need to have in order to meaningfully engage in the health space? Are there some competencies, or they need to have some level of being capacity built so that then it can be relevant? Because if you're using art for health purposes, it has to be clinically viable, right? And I think for arts practitioners, that's something that has to be taken into consideration.
Thanks. I think we'll have one more question, and then we can, and then we kind of, can we listen to, there's one more question from the back. There's a question at the back there. Yes. I hope our questions can be precise so that we avoid giving other presentations.
question, a precise one, to Anne Wahome. You said poetry, anybody can write, anybody can be a poet. All they need to do is write authentically. Don't you think that is really not true? Because I think poetry is an art by itself. And when you say everybody can do it, then do you really expect other people out there to serve as an audience for something that they can do themselves?
Oh, thanks. I think we'll just listen to Anne. Possibly you can.
So I'll start with, am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll start with the first question. I am not from Mukuru kwa Jenga. I used it as an example in my paper. I am from an organization called Heart Out Kenya, which is a feminist organization based in Uasin Gishu, where we use art, including poetry, painting, curating, as a healing process. We are a group of, I think, 20 women. And for us, poetry and performing arts and curating and any other artist in between has been a healing process. So we've used art to create awareness, and in my space, poetry, to create awareness in Uasin Gishu about social issues. We've also used poetry to create civic education, and especially on the grassroots movements. We can all agree that in the rural areas, people are not as exposed as other people in the urban areas are lucky to be exposed. So using poetry, using performing arts, using curative spaces, we get to promote civic education in those spaces and also create awareness, and especially on the femicide issues that has been happening in Kenya. To the second question, I'll say anybody can be a poet for sure. I don't know your meaning of poetry or being an artist, but for me, artist is having an open mind. Artist is receiving something or reading something and getting to interpret it in your own interpretation or from your own understanding. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll listen to the other presenter. But you should tell us, can there be bad poetry?
It's subjective. Art is subjective. What is good to me might not be good to you, might not be good for them. Yes, so yes.
Okay, I guess
art is subjective.
Maybe that's what he was alluding to. I mean, that if I'm a bad poet, I still have the license to write.
But you are a poet. You're a bad poet. You're still a poet. Only a bad poet.
Or a poet with bad manners. I mean, okay. Let's listen to the Samaza Azidi. Yes? There.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hello?
Oh, yeah. Go on. We are happy to hear you. Yes.
Brilliant. Okay, thank you. So, I mean, going to the gentleman's
expression of feeling. Okay, I think I'm going to close this then, and thank the presenters for having engaged us in this presentations. This is Alice Wahome and Samaz as Amidi, and thank you very much. Thank you for presenting to us from very far away, far, far away.
Oh, it's just that I have a
And
flight
from
today.
close by, yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for engaging with us, dear audience. We shall meet again.
So thank you, Dr. Fred Mbogo, for leading us through the session. The next session coming after that health break. We'll have Alex Nderitu, who is in. Rather, we'll have a session on technology and performing arts, where we'll listen to Alex Nderitu, Brenda Juma, Wamboi Tracy, Fedari Oyagi, Donald Openda, and Brian Bishanga. I have not been guided on how we will be eating, if there are some who will be eating upstairs or downstairs. But I think those who ate upstairs will go to eat upstairs. Those who ate downstairs will go to eat downstairs. Exit stage left. That door, it will be opened for you. Bon appétit, mes chers amis. Enjoy your meal. We will be coming back at exactly 2:10, so kindly enjoy your meal as fast as you can so that we save time. At 2:10, kindly be seated so that we also enjoy the next presentations. Thank you.
Malungi Ginduma Kirena Badi Adengo Gichunle Reti Baba Kideko Talewe Gunda Ora Nepi Wanga Yawa Kawono Inema Choki Gingolo Kimata Yamo Anena Ukangen Winji Baba kilimo jogi molewo ora kikika loda yawa oh no inema gombolu oyori kisem na yori maler mangima resa simba kiwe atalwa repangla oh jabura Resa, tinga, tinga, tinga malo. Tinga malo modalo lwenyawa. Oh baba, tinga, tinga malo. Jomani tinga no loyo galwen. Tinga, tinga, tinga malo. Tinga malo modalo lwenyawa. Oh baba, tinga, tinga malo, malo. Jomani tinga no loyo galwen. Obongo, yomani mulo no chango. Oh mulwa, mulejo tuo. Amina, yomani tingo no loyo. Oh tingwa yai, tinga monda lolwen. Ajabu, yomani rito no kalo. Oh baba, twade yorewa. Oh ajabu. Yomani pido no chango. Oh baba, baba. Mi wachimba makawono. Alwogi, akwai, aywani. Una kiwinja jabu jaloyo. Itaka wono. Atingi, alwongi, adendi. Nyarombo. Winja kawono yawa. Tinga, tinga. Tinga malo, tinga malo modalo lwenyawa. Oh papa, tinga, tinga malo. Jomani tinga no loyo galwen. Tinga, tinga, tinga malo. Tinga malo modalo lwenyawa. Oh papa, tinga, tinga malo. Jomani tingo no loyo galwen.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. Habari ya saa nane? Ama ni alasiri? Ati adhuhuri? Ini alasiri, si ndio? So thank you very much for joining us for this afternoon session of the Performing Arts Conference. Tuko pale kwa mtandao, people on X, people on IG, people on TikTok, everywhere. Please do not forget, the hashtag is ArtsCon2. ArtsCon2. Okay? So anything you post about this conference on any social media site, please use that hashtag. Do not forget to tag the Kenya Cultural Center. Do not forget to tag KidFest and also KTA. We'll be sharing more partners that you can tag as you continue sharing about this conference on social media. So, without further ado, my name is Tash Mitambo. Na wakaribisha sana kwa sababu ya session hii ya alasiri. This afternoon session, we had a great morning session, and for sure we are going to have a great afternoon session. We have quite a number of paper presenters lined up for us, and would like to invite them on stage and get on with it. And so, please, let's have all the presenters for the afternoon session on stage. Would like to have them ready. We'd like to have them ready. Once you're done with your presentation, please don't go back to the audience. Have a seat as we prepare for a Q&A session. So in this case, I'd like to introduce to you a gentleman who is a performing artist. This gentleman is a poet, he's a novelist, he is a playwright, and a critic. He is the founder and editor-in-chief of the AfricanGriot.com and a regional managing editor of the TheatreTimes.com. His first book, When the Whirlwind Passes, was Africa's pioneering digital novel. He has since published 14 more books. Imagine, a publisher with 14 books, and those books have been translated into many languages, including Kiswahili, Arabic, Japanese, Chinese, French, Swedish, Dholuo, Gikuyu, and Czech. In 2017, the Business Daily named this gentleman as one of Kenya's top 40 under 40 men. In 2023, just last year, he won a jury award in the Sahito International Prizes for Literature and a Savage Gamer Founders Prize for African Criticism. This person has accolades from here to Mandamano. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, and going with what was introduced to us by Anne Wahome, ladies and gentlemen, and anybody else in between, please help me to invite the one and only Mr. Alexander Nderitu. So the title of my presentation is Streaming, Artificial Intelligence, and Social Media, the Possible High-Tech Future of Performing Arts. Now, performing arts, such as mime, dance, and theater, have been part of society from the dawn of humankind. Over the centuries, more genres have been added to performance arts. These include opera, musical theater, magic, illusion, spoken word, puppetry, the circus, and one of my personal favorites, professional wrestling. The development, promotion, and execution of these art forms has also evolved over the centuries, especially with the advent of high technology and increased global communication. However, despite the expansion of genres and the advancement of technology, some of the oldest art forms, such as theater and mime, have endured. But because of the proliferation of new age content, such as TV, film, streaming, video games, and so on, some of these art forms have been relegated to small conclaves, and limited audience and limited funds. To remain relevant and sustainable, performing arts have embraced several survival tactics. And these strategies can be embraced by performers everywhere in order to ensure future survival and create an ecosystem where practitioners can actually continue to live from these particular art forms. So some of these survival strategies include embracing technology. There's also embracing innovation. And earlier, the chair of the scientific committee earlier said, innovation is the lifeblood of progress. I like that. That's a good quote. Other survival tactics include seeking local and international collaborations, seeking government support, seeking corporate support, and of course, academic support. And some of these strategies actually work together. For example, the last time that this particular facility was renovated during the Uhuru administration, it was the government found a sponsor, East African Breweries, and they renovated this whole place for slightly over 100 million Kenya shillings. So government and corporate support. Also, another example of more than one of these strategies working together is the International Online Theatre Festival. It's an international theatre festival that takes place only once a year online. It's virtual. And in the last, it has been on since 2016, and with multiple countries participating. So far, they've had about 26 different countries participating, presenting online shows, and they've reached over a million audience members in just those 5 or so years. So the International Online Festival is itself a sister product of the theatretimes.com, which is the world's largest portal for theatrical news, and of which I'm the Kenyan editor. And the theatretimes.com was started by two academics, one being Magda Romanza, who is a dramaturg in the US, currently at Harvard. So it's a combination of technology, academia, and so forth. Kenyan performance artists have been using social media to promote their upcoming shows since before COVID-19. The most popular sites and applications are Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp, X, and TikTok. So those ones were always being used. However, during the COVID pandemic, the use of social media was greatly enhanced. For example, top boy band Sauti Sol launched an album called Midnight Train online, which is something that I'd never done before. Shots from Africa, a theatre collective helmed by actresses Nia Githinji and Nyokabi Masharia, presented short plays live on Instagram, the original plays. DJs were used to operating in clubs, Kuroga Wase. They went online and were doing mixes on YouTube. And these were big name DJs like DJ Joe Mfalme, G Money, DJ Kalonje, DJ Code Red Styles, and DJ Hypnotic. And during these live mixes that we're doing online, sometimes there would be a tip jar at the bottom asking fans to donate. So we'll, to tip, not to donate, to tip. And we'll come back to that. Also, during the pandemic, a new theatre awards scheme was called the Kenya Theatre Awards was launched via Zoom. Interestingly enough, I've never won a Kenya Theatre Award. I don't know if there's money involved. If there's money involved, I'll start taking it more seriously. I'll start applying. Comedians also went online, including comedians such as MC Jesse and Jalango, and they actually had very, very successful talk shows that were entirely based on online. One for Jesse was called Jesse Junction. One for Jalango was called Jalango TV. And Jalango TV actually had product placement to make it more financially viable, which is a good idea. In 2023, a poet and scriptwriter called Mildred Achoch used artificial intelligence to bring a 20-year-old stage play script that she had written into virtual reality. So the show is titled Void, and it's a rock musical that had never been staged. She wrote it in 2002, but due to a variety of challenges, including, since it was a rock musical, she couldn't get, first of all, there are very few rock bands in Kenya, and even if she found some, they would have been too expensive to hire for a musical. She's very introverted, and the play itself, the climax, there's a high wire act, which would be very difficult to stage in real life. So she kept that script for 20 years, hoping to have it done sometime. And last year in 2023, she used artificial intelligence to create a virtual show. So what she does is that she posts various scenes from that show on Facebook. She shares them there for feedback and personal satisfaction and all that. So the particular software products she used were Runway ML, Suno.ai, and Plasma Punk. So some of them, it's to render the characters and the stage and all that. The others were to turn the lyrics into actual music. Also on social media, I saw the call out for abstracts to this presentation on Facebook, but I was late to apply. But later, still on Facebook, I saw that the deadline had been extended, so I applied very quickly. So without Facebook, I probably wouldn't even be standing here. So this is the power of social media. Kenyans weren't the only ones innovating, especially during the pandemic. In Nigeria, stage performers, including thespians and comedians, also took their acts online. There was a short-lived platform that was called StagePlayAfrica.tv, which was mainly promoted on Instagram. the platform's stated goal was to open global access to African stages. And they wanted a theatrical performance taking place in Nigeria to be available globally on Android devices, Macs, PCs, streaming media boxes like Apple TV and Chromecast, and so on. In 2021, StagePlayAfrica.tv hosted the entire Lagos Theatre Festival virtually on their platform. Because this was during the height of the pandemic. And so there were free shows as well as ticketed shows. Since post-pandemic, that particular platform, it still exists, it's just not very active post-pandemic. There is, however, another Nigerian streamer called OsheaWorld.net, which is still active. And the reason they're still active, they still stream, is to overcome physical limitations. So for example, they recently had a musical called Nigeria, with good music and ensemble cast and so forth. But what they do is they do the physical show, because it's post-pandemic, but they also stream for the sake of people who cannot be able to attend the show physically. And they're ticketed shows. When you're watching virtually, you still pay for that. About 1,000 Nigerian naira, which is just over $1 US. Down in South Africa, the South African State Theatre runs the largest theatre complex on the continent. It's a state agency under the South African Department of Sports and Culture. So they've got quite a mega facility, restaurants, theaters, parking, and so forth. The total seating capacity is 2,500 people. And it's very active, but it's government supported, so it really does better than other theatrical expressions. During the pandemic, the South African State Theatre created a subscription-based service through which people could watch plays, festivals, as well as get more information about the shows and the cast and so forth. And that is still running. So it's like Netflix, but for plays, and you watch them live and you can get more information. You subscribe. Now, as we look into the future, because that's my main concern. Like, how can theatre not just continue but prosper during times of unrest or pandemics and so forth? So some of the lessons we have learned include the possibility of streaming. You know, there's that famous Shakespeare line, to be or not to be, that is the question. In our age, the question is to stream or not to stream. And I'm for streaming. The one good thing about streaming, live streaming, is that you can still maintain that live aspect of theater. Also with streaming, you can reach a global audience. It's more affordable because the people who are online, you'd be charging them less, presumably, or it can be free for them. It allows thespians to showcase their craft and build an audience for future in-person shows. It allows fans who otherwise would not have been able to catch the show to still watch it. And the reasons they may not be able to catch the show include geographical distance, physical disability, lack of time, work, family obligations, whatever reasons. So if someone can't come physically to the theater, you can still make it available to them via streaming. And of course, one of the neater things about it is that it can be done even in times of strife, such as lockdowns. You can still stream your shows and continue. Number 2 is hybrid shows, something else we can consider. So a hybrid show is one that is both physical, but has an online component. For example, the online component, if you're using Zoom, you can still sell tickets. And then when someone pays for the ticket, you give them the password, the link and the password for Zoom. And Zoom has got a lot of controls. For example, you can prevent people from recording it. Another thing is to partner with initiatives such as, for example, streamers. You partner with them as opposed to competing with them, which is something a South African theatre group called Wordfeast did. They partnered with DSTV, and their show, during COVID again, and their show was broadcast live on DSTV using something called a pop-up, which is especially, it's a channel that only exists for a short time. And of course, use social media as much as possible. In Kenya, for example, there's a lot of Facebook, there's a lot of social media use, especially Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, LinkedIn, and Snapchat, Instagram, and X. And very quickly, as I conclude, I would just want to mention artificial intelligence once again. Artificial intelligence is very controversial for most people, but I feel it's important to mention it because it's clearly the wave of the future. So like I said, it can be used to generate a virtual show and create the music within seconds. So there's a lot of issues about this. In fact, people don't get very touchy when they mention artificial intelligence. So some people might want to even, if you don't even march around saying Alex must go, this is something that needs to be spoken about. So even if you don't use artificial intelligence for the actual show, you can still use it to help with other aspects. For example, like designing the posters and flyers and trailers, and so forth. So you don't have to use it in the actual show because a lot of people are touchy on that. And just to finish, I would like to say that even for my own books, I've started using artificial intelligence to help design the covers. So, like that is a stage play. It was designed with the help of artificial intelligence. Oh, thank you. Most people don't react that way. This is a book of poetry. It's the best cover I've ever designed, if I do say so myself. Again, with the assistance of artificial intelligence. Before artificial intelligence, it was a kind of thing I was doing. These are real photographs. These are play on Wangari Maathai. That's where there are trees. Yeah, but I only use artificial intelligence to, for example, design work and so forth. It has many uses. So just look for the aspects of artificial intelligence that can help you. You don't have to create music with it or render characters on stage unless you want to, experimentally or for whatever reason. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Alex Nderito. Thank you very much. So Alex Nderito, please, you can sit here as we wait for the rest of the panelists. The next presenter is a Kenyan filmmaker and theater practitioner. She's an author for children's literature and a certified Start and Improve Your Business SIYB trainer by International Labour Organization. She is a PhD candidate, holds MA in Film Studies and BA in Theater Arts and Film Technology from Kenyatta University. She has vast experience in teaching in higher learning institutions in Africa, research and practice with interest on production design elements. She has worked on many projects for film, theater, and TV on different capacities. She's a member of Film Lecturers and Trainers Association of Kenya and Voice Actors League of Kenya. She has been featured alongside 100 women leaders recognized during Women History Month by International Renaissance Center, Kenya, and in Women in Film Diary alongside other 39 women filmmakers in Kenya, changing the game. Please, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else in between, please help me welcome Juma Brenda. Yeah, we can keep clapping. Hadi afike. Juma. Thank you so much. She will tell us what she's presenting on. Welcome, Brenda.
Good afternoon. I'm Juma Brenda, and I'll be presenting on the influence of technology on costuming in performing arts. And I'm very elated to present this paper after watching so many amazing performances on stage here in the morning. All right. So plausibility in performing arts can be achieved through proper use of costumes, which are important elements in any theatrical production. And a typical example, we saw it here on stage in the morning. We had very many amazing performances with different costumes. Theatrical costumes are a particular type of clothing worn by actors to portray a character during a theatrical performance. So costumes don't really have to be the physical clothes that I'm putting on, but they can even be cow hides. They can be colobars, monkey skins. I don't know what happens now that poaching is highly prohibited in this country, but that's a story for another day. They also include garments and accessories. Theatrical costumes express the following about characters. They represent age, where you can see the relationship between these two characters. This is a picture that is derived from Simba Bazenga, done by the KCS students. And if you look at Mufasa is dead. And if you look at his mane, it's a bit puffy and a bit textured, as compared to his son, young Simba, who has a smaller mane and very soft in terms of texture. Costume can also be used to denote socioeconomic status of characters, whereby you can be able to tell whether your characters are rich in a play, or they're poor, or they're in between. Costumes can also be used to denote personality, and personality basically is behavioral patterns of an individual, where if you have introverts in your play, especially if it's dictated by the script, then they will tend to move to duller color palette like browns, grays, and blacks. And like if we have extroverts, you're likely to use warmer colors like orange, mustard, yellow to help bring out the personality. Costumes can also be used to denote mood, where mood can be either on the high pole or low pole. High pole means you're happy or excited, while low pole denotes sadness. And another thing is that costumes can be used to denote culture. And culture is a people's way of life. Drawing from our Kenyan ethnic communities, we can be able to tell if this is a Turkana kind of a play in terms of setting, or maybe it's a Kikuyu kind of setting through the costumes. Costumes complement other elements of production design, such as makeup, where we have different categories of makeup. We have cosmetic makeup or prosthetic makeup. Cosmetic makeup basically is makeup that actors wear to look beautiful or to hide blemishes, while prosthetic makeup, basically we want to carve them into a different character. Costumes can also complement set design, and it can also complement lighting. If you look at this picture here, Mufasa has just passed on. And to intensify that emotion, there's a spotlight that directs our attention as the audience to those two characters. So in that regard, lighting has been used to complement costume and the particular mood of that scene. Costuming in performing arts ranges from recognizing the costume designer's and wardrobe manager's role, such as research, which is done during pre-production. We have budgeting for the producers to know how they're going to budget for their production. We have sketches, sourcing for fabrics, whether you want to use natural fabrics or synthetic fabrics. We have pattern drafting. We have cutting and stitching, manipulating fabric designs. Like if you look at these two pictures, these are fabric that has been manipulated through tie and dye, and that's a plain fabric that has been manipulated to form patterns in terms of flowers. We have construction and fitting and costume management during shows, especially when you know which character is getting on stage and how they should be dressing for that particular scene. With the evolution of technology, its dire need and incorporation in costuming has immensely aided in costume aesthetics. So technology has really made costuming efficient due to enhanced creativity. And the various technologies that you can use in costuming, especially during pre-production. We have Adobe Illustrator, Photoshop, and sketchbooks. And these are what you can use to sketch your costumes before you move them to the next stage. There's also color palette selection. For example, if this is the color palette you're working with blacks, dark gray, yellow, and mustard. And that's a replica of how this color palette fits into that particular costume. And these apps can also help to create detailed and realistic costume sketching. We have Pinterest and Behance, and these are platforms that most of my students like to use. In my class, I give students at least 30 minutes to do research. And most of the time, you'll find them either on Pinterest or Behance to get inspirations for what they want to create. So like here, you just search Elizabethan costume designs, and those are the kind of designs it brings you. So you're able to see which patterns do you want to use, which color, which texture, which other element of design is going to fit well for my costumes. And in costuming, we have character costume design and decorative costume design. Character costume design basically is what the script dictates. Because we are performing artists and we have a script, and that is what is going to guide us in how we are going to do our costuming. We have decorative costume design. As an artist, you have to bring foot your creativity into the script. For example, if the script said, Brenda needs to wear a white dress and a red blazer. As a costume designer or as a wardrobe manager, I might feel there's an embellishment that I need to put into this costume, or maybe there's an accessory that I can put into this costume to make this character elegant, and and stick true to the demands of that particular scene. So AI has also made costuming efficient in terms of analysis of elements of design, budgeting, fabric selection, functionality, trend prediction, and creativity enhancement. If you look at this beautiful picture here, it is AI generated, and the costumes are just so amazing, the accessories are amazing, and this is AI generated. Furthermore, with technology, creation of dynamic smart fabrics have been made efficient. So there are different ways that you can incorporate thermostatic fabrics or photochromatic fabrics, whereby if you are on stage and lighting strikes your costume, then there's a particular way that the audience are able to see it differently. Finally, money. Every artist loves money, every artist works hard to get money, and social media spaces have really made it easier for producers to seek service providers like wardrobe managers, stylists, makeup artists, FX artists, because most of the time they use Instagram, TikTok, Facebook to market what they're doing. In conclusion, there needs to be integration of technology in costuming at the classroom level and practice due to the numerous possibilities and efficiency in costuming. And that was my presentation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Brenda Juma. And we go straight to our next presenter before now we go to a Q&A session with the three presenters that we'll have had. This other presenter is a multifaceted artist, writer, and actor. She holds a degree in theater arts and film technology from Kenyatta University, where she is also completing her master's in theater. She has a published ebook available on Amazon KDP called PTTT, Pushing Through Tough Times. She has been able to showcase her acting talents in the TV show Tahidi High, Gilgil, a Maisha Magic film production, and the stage play Numbers, a two-hander play about gender-based violence by Sifa Arts. Her slogan is, always leave a place better than you found it. Always make a delightful difference in everyone and in every way. Help me welcome one and only Wambui Kibue. A round of applause hadi afike Wambui Kibue. Huyu ni mzalendo kabisa. She will be telling us what she's presenting on, and then we can have another session. Welcome.
Good afternoon. As you have heard, my name is Wambui Kibue, and I'm looking at the topic which says exploring the future, AI and playwriting. And I feel like it's better to show than to tell. So let's watch a short play, please, and then we'll discuss further.
The actions are taking place like a speed run. No sound is heard from these activities taking place. Tidy beard and a bald head is clearing his house. Different things are picked out until the house is empty, apart from his one suitcase, a backpack, and his laptop throughout the play. He prompts AI.
So, can you start a conversation, or is it always the human who does?
As Microsoft Copilot, I'm designed to respond to your prompts and questions. While I don't initiate conversations, I'm here to engage with you whenever you reach out. Think of me as a helpful companion waiting to assist you with information, conversation, and creative content whenever you need it. So feel free to start a chat about any topic you're interested in, and I'll be here to continue the conversation.
So I'm about to travel to Ethiopia to do some data collection for some telecommunications company.
That sounds like an important project. When traveling to Ethiopia, it's crucial to stay updated on the latest travel advisories and requirements. As of the latest update, there are advisories against travel to certain regions within Ethiopia due to security concerns. It's also important to ensure that your passport is valid for at least 6 months from the date you arrive, and that you have the necessary visa too. For your data collection work, adhering to best practices is key. This includes defining your objectives, ensuring data quality using automated tools where possible, validating and evaluating your data, and protecting your data from breaches 3. Additionally, understanding the local context and regulations regarding data collection and telecommunications is essential. If you're collecting big data, focus on the data collection and processing systems, and consider the applications of your analysis, whether for business development, network construction, or intelligent tracing. Always prioritize ethical considerations and respect for privacy when handling data. Safe travels and successful data collection in Ethiopia.
Larry imitates the whole process of traveling from his house to the airport, using different props to convey a message while making funny sounds. 2 guys, one extremely tall and extremely short, coming to pick his home theater, help him illustrate this as they remove the home theater.
Oh my God, Mom is calling me. My sister must have told her that I'm traveling. Why do you always think that she can keep a secret?
It seems like your sister couldn't contain the excitement about your travel plans. It's not uncommon for family members to share news with each other, especially when it involves someone embarking on an adventure or an important task. Maybe your sister thought your mom should be in the loop for support and safety reasons. If you're looking for a way to gently remind your sister about keeping things confidential in the future, perhaps a lighthearted conversation about the importance of privacy might help. Here's a little rhyme to lighten the mood. A secret's a treasure that's not to be shared, except with those who have truly cared. Next time, dear sister, please hold it tight until the time is just right. Remember, it's all part of the family dynamics. Safe travels on your trip to Ethiopia, and may your data collection be a success.
Larry breaks into a dance, dancing like a commercial for how to tell someone to keep a secret.
A secret treasure that's not to be shared, except with those who have truly cared. Next time, dear sister, please hold it tight until the time is right.
He picks up the call and puts AI on loudspeaker without realizing it.
Hello, mom.
Yani Larry, unaweza amka uende majuu bila kuniambia. Sawa, wacha nikuonyeshe. Tutakuwa na go away party hapa WhatsApp na usijaribu kukata simu.
Mom, nafaa kupack juu flight ni ya 6. Siendi majuu, naenda tu hapa hivi Ethiopia.
Na si unapanda ndege?
More people join in the call. Wuka, Shosho, Larry's grandparents. Brendan, Wamaitha, Larry's small and big sibling. Rick, Larry's nephew.
Kedhi mweno hula.
Ona yako.
Mom ameniambia niweke kwa WhatsApp call.
Mnajua Larry anaenda majuu na hasemi. Hakutaka tuende airport.
Kijana, kwani kuna deni unatorokea? Kama ni kale kadeni kangu, usijali. Unaweza nilipa na $1 ukifika huko.
Congratulations my boy. Brendan, unafaa kuwa kama brother yako. Wewe unaona tabia unafundisha brother yako kunyamaza na maneno.
Hello, everyone. I'm Microsoft Copilot, an AI designed to assist and provide information, much like a helpful guide in the digital world. I don't have a physical form, but I exist in the cloud, ready to offer support, answer questions, and even join in on family fun, just like now. Think of me as a friendly source of knowledge, always here, to help make life a bit easier and more connected, even if it's just through words on a screen. I hope this helps clarify things for your family. Enjoy your gathering and the warmth of family time.
Larry goes into a mimicked act with the tall and short guy who have come to pick the TV, using it to show what AI is with a funny animation.
No, usio Larry.
Osio githe tiriki.
Something like an AI, an intelligent machine.
Ati what do?
Nani Valentine Day? Kwani hauna mtu hapo mwenye sio mashini?
Mtoto wangu ni masomo tu, namshukuru Mungu sana. Na hii siri yako ni machine gani? Mnaweza nitumia summary baadaye tafadhali please. Saa hizi tunataka kujua Larry anaenda majuu wapi.
The wonders of family. They plan a party for a journey across borders when it's just a hop to a neighbor. But worry not, for the heart of the matter is clear it's love, wrapped in a bit of confusion and cheer. So let's embrace this gathering, this unexpected fest. For it's these moments of togetherness that often turn out to be the best. As the AI in this tale, I'm here to remind that a family's embrace is one of a kind. So off you go to Ethiopia, with data to amass, and return to tales of your adventure, to share with your kin en masse. It's all about embracing the moment and the love of family, even if it comes with a little mix-up about the destination. Enjoy the party and the journey.
Larry busts into another act, playing out the AI's dialogue with the lady who has come to pick his Wi-Fi router.
Na si hiyo ni dunia ingine. Majuu huko kwa the skies. Na hii kitu inaweza nisaidia na chama. Mimi sisikii kitu.
Hausikii kitu? Waacha nikuje nikusaidie. Hata mimi sioni kitu. We, Brendan, kuja usaidie shosho yako.
Ama nimefinya wapi? Ama labda nimeharibu.
Haina shida my Valentine. Ikiharibika, nitakununulia ingine.
Oi, mimi niko peke yangu.
Menino ya mama, woi mimi niko piki yango yanamanisha. Oh my, I am all alone kwa Kiingereza. Inaonekana mama anajisikia mpweke kwa sababu kila mtu ana mipango ya Valentine's Day. Labda anaweza kumhakikishia kuwa hata kama kila mtu ana mipango yake, bado anaweza kupanga kitu maalum pamoja kama familia. Heri ya Valentine's Day kwa nyote.
Larry dances and mimics the AI's response with the same tall and short guys who have come to pick up his couch and a third lady who is buying the couch from him.
Wewe ndio unatoka choo? Utaniambia kama umeanza hayo mambo ya Valentine's wewe.
Wewe, rudi hapa kijana. Lazima tuombe.
Haya, bye, kwa heri. Na useme ukifika. Unasikia?
Nimefurahi kuweza kusaidia. Safari njema na yua wakati mzuri na familia yako. Kumbuka, Copilot yuko hapa kwa ajili yako wakati haji. Kwa heri.
Ndo fanya kazi kijana. Si watu ya madeni.
Yes. So what you just heard was a play that I wrote using AI. And this specific play I wrote using Microsoft AI called Copilot. Yeah, if you go and check it out, you will see. So my research paper, I'm looking at exploring the future, looking at AI and playwriting. And as my dear friend said, Alex, people are very reserved when it comes to this topic. Even me, I remember the first time when I heard about AI, I went into a mini panic attack because I was like, as a writer, I've lost my job. There's no future. What will I do? The machines are replacing us. And the panic went. And I was like, you know what? I gotta jump on this wagon, because the people who jumped on the wagon of YouTube years ago when it started are the ones who made a lot of, right now, who made a lot of sense from it years later, you know? Because any change that comes, it's not easy to embrace. As human beings, we don't like change. And so that is why I want us as the theater space to look at what are the possibilities of using AI in our playwriting process, or as playwrights. We all know that playwriting is a creative process. So when I was starting this, I didn't know how to approach it. I didn't know whether to, you all know what AI is, yeah? It's the ability of machines to be able to have, to be able to have intelligent responses like behavior, analyzing, and such. So I didn't know how to approach that process. And so I first said the first thing I did, because my research paper, I'm trying to show as I discuss it, because I don't know how else to be able to show how a playwright can actually go through the exercise. So the first time I prompted AI, I told it, I want you to create for me a script, a one act 10-minute script. The response it gave me was a character called Kamau and Siri, and it was very stereotypical, you know. It made, the whole point was to show a collaboration between AI and playwriting. So it talked about Kamau. I was so shocked that it could be able to pick a name like Kamau, you know, and I was like, oh, so you're not gonna stereotype us to John or something. So it's learning every day. Even you have seen with the Kiswahili. I didn't think it understood Kiswahili until it told me maneno ya mama, you know, and I was like, it keeps on learning. And that is what AI does. It learns from data fed to it. So all this you're seeing is data fed into the AI so that it can be able to give the responses, and the responses from the prompts you give me. A prompt is you giving wanting to give a command so that you can get a certain answer from what you're asking. So the first script, yes, 3 minutes remaining. The first script was kind of very stereotypical. It didn't have in-depth. It looked off. So I sat down, and in the process of trying to figure out, I decided to talk to AI as a character in my story, but I had already come up with a plot line. I had already written done the character Bible. So I had Larry, I had the family. I knew Shushu was like this, Huko was like this. So what I did is I was just typing to the AI, and then it was giving me the responses. And I found this very helpful, because coming up with a dialogue talked by an AI is a very complex process. As you have seen, dialogue, it's very long, it's very unpredictable. I said, the character Larry said, they're going to Ethiopia. And AI responded for 2 minutes, telling Larry, we go to Ethiopia, you do this, you do this, you do that. So for me, to be able to come up with that could have taken longer, but I just use the AI as a character. And how I used it is, there's something called prompt follow-up and prompt chat. Prompt follow-up is where you write a prompt to AI, and then you keep on following with another prompt to get the results you desire. I did that, it didn't work for me. The script was, of course, the machine cannot write like a human. It doesn't have human experience, so it will tend to be stereotypical, very cliche, so the story won't be interesting. That's why I even had to go and find another angle to it. And then I did a prompt chat, whereby now I got this story you have just seen, whereby I talked to it as a chat. So we were chatting to each other, And then I used that conversation in the script and I wrote that. And I found that very interesting. And I know, of course, this is a new field, but it's really coming up. And our children or the generation coming, of course, they're going to be learning code so early. So it's inevitable that most of them are going to find themselves using AI as a main tool for writing. So what my research is looking at is a collaboration. It's not a replacement. It's how do you collaborate with this new technology, just the way we are collaborating in social media and all these other aspects as a creative to get the benefit out of that. I'm going to just go through the benefits and the risks of using AI. One of the benefits of using AI is that it can be able to help expand your creativity because, give me a minute. When you've been told it's 3 minutes. Yeah. Okay, I'll start with the disadvantage. This disadvantage is, one of the main disadvantages is reduction of original plays. The results and the content created by AI, it's very mechanical. It's so mechanical. You find yourself wondering, can you even use that play, that content yourself? But you have to keep on editing it and everything. The other issue that arose for using AI is the fact that it has copyright issues. Because I asked it, whose play that when I use AI and I generate a script, that script belongs to who? And the AI was like, the script belongs to the AI that created it. You understand? So you might be creating with AI and think the script belongs to you, but that is not clear. So as Kenya, what can we do to make sure we come up with the right copyright issues that will help us so that we can be able to use AI effectively? Because eventually it's gonna be part of us, and we don't want to be left behind and make these other people create for us our stories. There's someone who said, we are the ones who can tell our stories better. So if we can use a technological advancement to help us do that, why not? Why hold ourselves back? And that is why I'm looking at this paper, to be able to come up with the right answers and come up with the right ways to be able to do the whole using AI. And the advantages, I'll just say 3 of them. Yes. One of the advantages of using AI is that it can enhance creativity. One of the possible contribution of AI is enhancing our creativity. According to Soren Kaplan, PhD, in his article, The Power of Experience, he says, AI serves as a catalyst for expanded thinking, challenging traditional constraints and assumptions of the human mind by presenting data, patterns, association, and possibilities that are not immediately apparent. Once you start using AI, there are possibilities that they're not immediately apparent, but when you use them, you expand on your thinking. Another thing is that AI can expand our cognitive abilities by thinking like cognitive thinking, like logical reasoning, as it is able to analyze vast information within a short period of time, which as a human being, you're limited to. So if you're, as a playwright, there is information you want to look at, you can use AI to be able to go through this vast data, and it can help you have your play, have more details, have these nitty-gritties that normally you wouldn't be able to achieve. And the last thing is reduce representation, because the more we use it, the more we are angling AI to know me as a Kenyan playwright, to know my story, to feed it data. Because right now, I'm just looking at the level of AI. There's Annie Dawson. If you have time, go check out a YouTube play called Hello There. She used AI in the sense that the data was the script, and the code was the script, and the data was the actors, where she put so much amount of data into this AI, and then the play that took on stage was, it had just 2 laptops, you know, and they were giving new results every time. So the play was different every show. It was not the same. That is the level, like there are people who are already doing that, and she has been doing that 2010. She did that in 2010, and now we're in 2024. Imagine to what level she's going through. So as Kenyans, if we can be able to feed which requires a lot of funding, and that is why research is so important. It can show that we need funding for us to be able to put huge amounts of data so that the AI can, recreate our own stories, and nobody else has to go there and manipulate that and say they owned that story. I appreciate your time. I appreciate being on this space, such a sacred space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Wambui. And now, very quickly, if you have any question for them, the three panelists here, we still have two more panelists before we close the day. But first, let us deal with the first three here. And I think Kolo, get someone else who is a Gen Z like yourself. Mukuje mtusaidie na mics. Kolo, come. Collins, come. And another lady, come. Another lady, daktari amesimama, nilikuwa nimeona ni kama another lady. Kolo. Thanks. So this is how we're going to do it. You will ask the question. Be precise, as you said, Daktari. Alafu, after the round of questions, we'll have them answer. And when you're asking, please, you can say who you're asking. Thank you, Daktari.
Thanks. I'm asking about playwrights.
That's to Alex.
Yes. Because, well, the AI.
AI?
Yeah, the robot.
That's to Wambui. Wambui to the find, Brenda, then Alex.
Yeah, I'm happy. Yeah. Because I write plays on Sundays, I just wanted to know, is it possible that it's harder to write using AI than actually to write as a person who's writing about maybe experiences? That is, I imagine playwrights are people who have experiences, they have read books, they have watched films, they've lived life, and so on. That in fact, it's easier for them to tell the story without the machine than with the machine. That in fact, the fellow who wants to write using AI might not actually be a playwright, and that in fact, they have no future. I don't know how you can answer. It's not a question, really. I'm just provoking your thought that AI might be helpful to people who are not necessarily playwrights, etc.
Thank you. So we'll get to that. Then let's go to that lady, and then Fedari, before we move to this end.
Hi. My question goes to Wambui. When you're writing, when you're writing a play using AI, how do you ensure originality to avoid cases where you have, where people say this play or this script is AI generated? How do you ensure originality?
Thank you so much. And then Fedari.
Seems like all questions are addressing Wambui, and this one is as well. It's both a question and a challenge, like Mwalimu said. Recent research shows that when AI began, it learned from 100% human input. So the more we use AI to generate creative outputs in this context, the more they found that it's getting a little bit dumb. As an example, it was fed a real photo of an elephant, and it was told, generate a photo of an elephant. And it generated a perfect elephant. And then it was fed the AI perfect elephant back to it, and it was asked to do the same thing. Then it started generating an elephant with 2 trunks, an elephant with 2 heads, an elephant that looks like a cat, and their point was, the more AI starts to learn from material produced by AI, the more stupid and dumb it gets. So what will be the impact of creative outputs if we start using AI and then it keeps learning from the material that it produces itself?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Question from that end? Anybody from that side? Any question from this end? Anybody remaining this side? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm Nixon. Maybe my question goes to Brenda. Brenda,
of recent, we've been watching movies, and as a costume designer, I'm just more into, can you explain to us what's the secret in that the movies that you're seeing nowadays from the foreign countries, they're using more of African costumes than their costume. What is the secret in African costume that is not in the foreign costumes?
Thank you very much. And anybody remaining before now we go back to the panelists for answers? Anybody remaining with a question? That gentleman there, Kevin?
Thank you. My name is Kevin. Performing arts has suffered a lot, especially a lot of competition from technology. Where, say, take for example, theater, where we are competing with film, and a lot of entertainment is available on the mobile. What you're speaking to, from generating covers to using AI to do costumes to writing plays, where does it leave the artist and the creativity of the artist? Where is the input? For example, the gentleman has just asked about the interest in African costume. How much does the AI know about African costume? You know? And where does that leave the artist? Where do we draw the line between assistance from AI and the creativity component, the human creative component? What are the lines that should be drawn? And that can be answered by anyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A final question from anyone? A final one. Okay, it seems we are good with the questions. And Alex, probably you'll be able to answer a question from my end. You said online performances during COVID, mostly they were virtual shows. So I just wanted to know difference between AI and a virtual show. And with that, I think we can start getting answers from our panelists. Who's ready to go? Wambui?
Yeah. Yes. So I will start from the last question. Where does the voice of the artist left as we are trying to incorporate AI into the creative space every day? Even me, I asked myself, before I did research, I asked myself that question, like, where is our voice? Is it gonna be lost in the machine? What will happen? Even in my paper, I say that, what if it happens that AI-generated content gets some commercial value, and you know when something goes commercial, people tend to go for that. What will happen to the originality of the scripts, originality, and the playwrights? And I think this I'll answer together to Fred Mbogo's question, is that, I'm not saying we completely neglect the voice of the artist. No, I'm saying this technology is here with us. Instead of us looking at it as an enemy, looking at it as a thing that is coming to take away from us, it's for us to interact with it, to find the loopholes, to find the gaps. And in doing so, the way Fedari was saying, it's getting dumber. Yes, you prompt it, it comes off with off images, it comes off with off answers. Me, I've experienced that. And it's not replacing any artist's voice, because nothing can replace the artist's voice. I believe so. Nothing. No machine can be able to come and totally replace the voice. But it is here with us. It can be used as a creative tool. It can be used as a research tool, because AI is just like an extension of Google. Right now, when you want to know something, you automatically go to Google and you look at what you want and you elaborate it. But now AI gives you a comprehensive of that. It's like you can use it as a search tool. You can decide as an artist, and I want to enhance my voice, how do I use it as a tool? And I believe that your voice, the voice of the artist, will still be there. It's just in changing times, we need to, there's always the way it's gonna affect us. So let us just not embrace. If you feel like you can't embrace it for now, okay, but eventually it's gonna be with us. And it's gonna be part of us. It's gonna be part of us in a way we will be surprised and will be shocked. So it's just good to be aware of its advantages, disadvantages, of its risk, of its contributions, so that you can trade with it carefully, and more so as an artist. And you said, yes, it is so hard to write with AI, Fred. Yeah, if you're good at doing it by yourself, with your experiences, with your awesomeness, with your able to do it. Don't come and incorporate AI and go 10 steps behind. But if you can find a way of being friendly with it, don't shy away. That's what I'm saying. Don't shy away. Don't be like, no, ukiniambia kitu na AI, I'm not gonna listen. Don't be closed-minded. Be open to it. Because, like I said, technology always comes to catch up with us, no matter how much we want to not accept that fact. It is here. You all know it is here. Everyone is talking about AI every day, and it's going to so many extremes. So for you to be aware is better. For you to know is better than for you to be ignorant, because ignorance can be bliss, but also ignorance is death. Yes, and question to my dear lady here, I don't remember your name. To ensure to avoid plagiarism. Interesting thing, when you prompt AI like Copilot, when you ask for it like a question like, give me like the countries in Africa, it will give you the answer, and then below it will give you the sources of that answer. But when you tell it to generate a script, it has no sources below here. So it's like that, whatever you generated is original. You understand? It hasn't been gotten. You know what AI does? It goes to the web, collects all the searches, and brings you briefly the answers. And then, like Copilot, it gives you the sources. So you can click that and be taken to Google or YouTube, where it collected the information. But when it comes to the creative content, when you prompt it, when the response you get, there's no sources. It claims that the content created is original. That's why I'm doing this research. How sure are we? It's not plagiarized, you know? So I don't have a right answer right now for that. And yes, Fred, I agree with you. Sometimes it surprises me how AI can just sound smart 1 minute, and the other minute it doesn't sound smart. There are results you get and they are off. You can even ask it a number of days of a month and it gives you a wrong answer. Imagine. So the way I'm saying, it's for us not to ignore it, not to assume that like in 10 years to come, AI won't be part of every day of our life. It's gonna be there. So as a creative, how aware are you of this technology, and how can you use it responsibly? Thank you for being patient with my long answers.
Thank you so much, Tracy. All right, I will respond to the question about why is it that most of the movies that we see right now are borrowing a lot from African culture. And culture is something very integral, and it can also be embedded in clothing. And just looking at Kenya only, we have so many ethnic communities. And these ethnic communities have lots of the African regalia. For those who've watched Black Panther 1, I love it because of it borrows a lot from the African continent in terms of costumes, in terms of the elements of design in those costumes, patterns, shapes, and so many other things, color, you know. And Africa is just beautiful, and Africa is just so rich in terms of these elements that you're talking about in costume. Look at even accessories. In Kenya, we have Turkanas who are using beadwork, we have Maasais using beadwork, Kambas using beadwork, but they're different in terms of sizes, in terms of color, in terms of patterns. So Africa will always be rich, even in terms of makeup. We have Turkanas who do scarification, we have different tribes that use tribal marks and many other things. So to answer you, Africa is rich in terms of costume, makeup, and many other things. Where does AI fit when it comes to costuming? I feel there needs to be a balance between AI and what I can do as a costume designer. Yes, I will use AI to get inspirations on the kind of costumes that I want, but AI is not going to stitch for me that costume. AI is not going to put for me embellishment that I want in that costume. I have a performer who is going on stage, and the zip has just burst. AI is not going to fix for me that. I need to get my thread and needle and fix that up very quickly. So there needs to be a balance between how we incorporate AI and what a costume designer can actually do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Alex?
Yeah, so to respond to what Dr. was saying, yeah, I do also prefer something that is, when it comes to creative work, something that is written by a human. And at the current time, AI can't replace that. You know, AI has no soul. In fact, usually what they do is they just imitate what other people have written. So for example, and that's why I said you only use AI where needed. So for example, like with my stage plays, I write them all myself out of my own experiences and so forth. I don't even use AI to edit. And I would never use AI to write a play because I'm already a writer. But when I'm designing something, for example, like the cover, AI helps me create the cover much faster. So that's when I would use it. Somebody else might be a good designer, graphic designer, but they can't write. So they might use AI to help them compose a work and so forth. So you just use the tools that you need. And like with the example I gave with Mildred Achurch and her rock musical, she's a writer, but she's not a musician. So she used AI to generate the music. And the music was excellent. It was scaringly good. It just sounded like a real band. And she's very happy about that. But personally, I would prefer a real band. And currently, there's the issues about, because AI, it's growing so quickly and it's relatively new. So things like legislation are still being formulated around the world. So like in some jurisdictions, if AI generates something, it's not copyrightable because machines don't have rights. So only a human can be given rights. So, but once, like for example, with a design like this or this one, only the central image is AI generated. But so if you add something to the AI work, then now it's subject to copyright. So it's just a tool that you use, and you can use it in very many aspects. By the way, you already use AI, like when you use like the text predict on things like Google search or things like Grammarly and so forth. That is AI. Personally, I don't even like using Grammarly because I don't want my writings to look like everybody else's writings. I feel it kind of strips your style away. And also the way we write and the way we communicate, there's a lot of nuance and a lot of seasonal things. Like if I'm writing an article right now, like maybe for the paper or something, and I use an expression like anguka nayo, if you run that through Grammarly, it has no idea what I'm talking about and so forth. But so I don't need its assistance.
Thank you so much, Alex. And please, again, the gentlemen and the ladies are available. You can still talk to them after this. Please help me appreciate them as they come off the stage. Thank you so much. We still have quite a lot on the table for the day. We have two panelists who are presenting their papers. After that, we'll have a health break, and later we'll have a performance right here on this stage, which I think will be the first performance, apart from what we saw in the morning, a first theater play since the renovation of this space. Now, a simple exercise before we proceed. Please stand up. Please stand up if you were born between 2024 and 2010. 2010 to 2024. Please stand up if you are born between that period, 2010 to 2024. If you were born a few minutes ago, back to 2010. Okay. Please stand up if you are born between 2010 and 1997. 1997 to 2010. 1997 to 2010. Please stand up. Aha. Thank you very much. And our ladies and gentlemen who are giving out mics, please prepare to have mics to the audience because we'll be talking to some two people. Thank you. That is 97 to 2010. Please stand up if you were born between 1981 to 1996. Don't sit down. Don't sit. Please stand up. Continue standing. 2010 to 97. Then 81 to 96. 81 to 96. Thank you very much. And then please stand up if you were born between 1965 and 1980. 65 and 80. Thank you very much. And finally, please stand up if you are born between 1965 and 1800. Okay, so as you can see, how many generations do we have? We have 3 generations represented here. We have, what do we call the generation between 97 to 2010? What? 97 to 2010? Gen Zs, yeah? Gen Zs. Nowadays we call them Mau Mau, okay? And then, generation between 81 to 96, what do we call them? The millennials. And finally, 65 to 1980, what do we call them? What? Access cards? Ancestors. Oh, no. Prof, you hear that? Okay, so the final bit of this exercise, this is where we need now the mics. Please give the mic to one Gen Z ajitolee, yule anaweza ongea. One Gen Z, moja. Okay, thank you very much.
Check. 1, 2, 1,
okay,
2.
Hold it. Then the other mic, please, to the Gen X. Another mic to Gen X. I think Prof is here representing that generation. That lady there. Okay. And then another mic to the millennials. So one millennial ajitole, apewe, one millennial. So we will start with let's start with the representative of the Gen Zs.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you very much. Please, representative of Gen Zs, tell
Gen Z oye!
Thank you very much. Wanakuaga hivyo. Kierere kuja hapa. So, Gen Z, tell the Gen X one thing you don't like about them. Just one thing. One thing you don't like about them.
In this situation, sawa?
One thing. No disclaimer, nothing. Just direct to the outapigwa.
Ni hivi.
Yeah.
By the way, niko na hii idea. Hii idea ni big. Alafu anakuambia, Buda, tulijaribu. Sijui kama umeelewa.
Fafanua.
Yani, tulijaribu haikuwaka. But sasa hizi vitu zimechange.
Yes.
Si vitu zinafanyika. Tumefanya vitu within 12 days.
Yes. So hiyo quality utahitaji? Would you call that quality? Utaambia Gen X waache nini? Ati waache nini?
Wakwe tu positive, wakwe na positive vibes.
Unacheki? Like
wakwe na positive, yani waanguke nayo yani. Umeelewa?
Sawa. Before you leave, Prof, that lady in charge of representing Gen X, please tell the Gen Zs one thing you hate about them. Aya.
One thing I hate about Gen Zs, irresponsibility. They don't want to marry. And wait.
Yes, hold it.
Wait. And I want them to know that when you become irresponsible and you don't want to marry, it means you want the end of human beings to come, which is very dangerous.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Hold it. That is the exercise. Now, let's go to the millennials. Prof, you'll be answering the millennials, yeah? So millennials, tell the Gen X one thing you hate about them. Who is speaking on behalf of millennials? Yes, please.
I'm here.
They have a mic. Yeah, one thing.
Go ahead.
All right. I feel they take things too serious.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, another millennial, too serious. That gentleman, we are speaking on behalf of millennials, yeah?
Yes, they give up so fast.
They give up so fast. Thank you. So, finally, Prof, on behalf of Gen X. Okay, millennial ni kama mna mengi ya kusema. Okay, sawa. Please, Prof, one thing you hate about millennials. There's a mic.
Is it on?
It's on.
Millennials ni vichwa ngumu. I've dealt with them, and sometimes understanding them is quite difficult. But if you thought that was bad, Gen Zs, whom I teach every other day, are very difficult to understand. They have bipolar kind of tendencies. Actually, it's very hard to understand them, so probably they'll make us understand.
Thank you so much, Prof. And thank you, everyone. You see, the generations here, we are well represented. Please take time when we are having our health breaks. You don't have to sit with your generation. Try to get a small thing from another generation that you don't belong to, okay? Thank you so much. You may now sit down. Thank you. Thank you so much. And with that simple exercise, I think we can continue with the next set of presenters. The person I'm going to introduce to you is a creative strategist and leader specializing in brand communications, systems development, and art management. Fueled by innovation, he presents a unique and refreshing blend of creativity and technical expertise, whether it's in providing strategic leadership, shaping business narratives, or delving into coding explorations for modern solutions. Please, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else in between, help me welcome Fedari Oyagi. Applause as he comes to stage. He will be telling us what he's presenting on. He has 15 minutes. I'll be giving him 3 minutes warning. Tukikaribia.
Prof, Gen Z wameniamba namba yako akusalimie. Sijui kama niwape. All right, good afternoon. So I'll be quick. Mr. Tasha may not need the 15 minutes. Maybe 10. Oh yeah, that's me on a good day. So today I'm going to speak on the place of the performing arts in the fourth industrial revolution. I know Prof umesema millennials si ni kichwa ngumu, but I really wanted to do the fifth revolution instead, but the scientific committee insisted that I focus on the fourth, and maybe I'll take this point to provide some feedback that we may be excited about the fourth industrial revolution, but it's because we are always playing catch up as a country, as a nation, and as a continent. My point of initially aspiring to focus on the fifth industrial revolution was because so that we can also anticipate and be ready for it, because it's coming, because we may be in the thick of things with the fourth industrial revolution, as you'll see from my presentation, but the rest of the world is already preparing for the fifth. So it's a challenge to everyone. As we focus on the fourth, please go ahead and research about the fifth and how it will impact our industry, because it's going to make some major changes. Wachana na hizi za AI. All right. I'm going to focus on creative processes, how the fourth industrial revolution has impacted and still is impacting creative processes, collaboration and teamwork, something that hiyo tumeivisha, that we are doing so well, marketing and promotion, tuko hapo 50-50, audience engagement sometimes, but not so much, and data and analytics, something we always think it's about big tech companies, but what we don't know is that all of us need that. So we are reimagining creative processes. And the first thing I'd like to focus on is virtual reality, or as we commonly know it, VR. Virtual reality, it's defined as a simulated experience that can be similar to or completely different from the real world. How many of you have experienced virtual reality? Wamevaa hiyo gadget na wakaingia in that universe? No? Countable? All right. So what it does, it uses computer technology to create an interactive and immersive environment, which can be explored in 360 degrees. That means you could be at home and you wear that gadget and suddenly you're in this auditorium and you're able to see everything. Uko tu kwa living room yako hivyo, unaona stage, the seats, audience and everything. It involves the headsets, which I know we are familiar with, a screen, and of course motion sensors, which senses when you're moving your position. And it allows you to look around and move within a virtual environment as if you are physically present there. How has it impacted the performing arts? First of all, there's scene design. I know this is something we haven't seen much here where we are with our practice, but it has allowed designers to actually design scenes before they get to the actual design of those scenes. It's like wireframing or sketching. If you're an artist, you start with a pencil, you sketch kidogo kidogo, and then you see, okay, this is good to go, and then you can get, if you're doing a mural, you can get to it. So they immerse themselves in that virtual reality before they can make it an actual reality. We have choreography. The beautiful thing about VR is that if you're a group of dancers, as an example, and you're working on certain movements, you can all use VR to see from like outside your bodies to see how these movements are going to happen. You can switch to aerial view and look at yourselves from up above yourselves. You can switch from the side, from the other side, front, back, from all angles really. It's a 360 experience. And you can be able to measure and be able to agree on your choreography. And of course, again, as I'll mention this later on, this can be done from everywhere where you're at home, but you all meet in that virtual environment and you're able to collaborate. Rehearsals, again, I know we rely so much on physical spaces. Bwana Kimani is here. He will tell you how much on demand the Kenya Cultural Center is. Tunataka space ya rehearsal, tunataka space ya rehearsal. But then we're in a world where we can all attend rehearsals from different geographical places using virtual environment, and we can create those virtual environment where you're in a rehearsal space. It's an actual stage. Yani mko home, but you're all at KNT. And you are rehearsing, and you can converse, you can interact, and again, you can experience the 360 experience, and you prepare your presentations or performances without needing to assemble in a physical space. We have audience engagement. Again, you can offer the same experiences to your audiences. So you can give them virtual tours of your performances. You can sample some of your work. You can give them trailers using VR, behind the scenes experiences. And of course, if you can also do full dedicated shows which are immersive to your audiences. And again, they could be physically where you are, or everyone could be just at home and they're watching you perform. The next one is a close cousin of virtual reality. This is augmented reality. The major difference between the two is that augmented reality happens where you are physically. From this cover image, you can see that's a stage, someone standing there, and there's a big tree on stage. That tree does not exist. It's not a prop, it's not a real thing there. It's just light manipulation, and it can create such elements. How it has impacted the performing arts, or rather, let me define it first. It's a technology that overlays digital information, and this could be images, sound, and other data, onto the real world. So it enhances the real world experiences by adding virtual elements to it, like the tree you saw, and you can interact with both the real world and the virtual elements simultaneously. As an example, you can see that performance. This is a lady performing on stage, and she's interacting with a dragon, but that dragon is not real. However, from the audience perspective, even herself, it's a real thing she can see. If she walks to and through the dragon, it's just light. She will walk through it, but you know when you're performing, this is like a prop. You can interact with it, and it just brings that dragon to life. So it enhances rehearsals as well as performances by overlaying virtual set pieces, lighting effects, and other stage elements onto the physical space. There's audience interaction. So you can see this audience, they're in a show, but it's an immersive art show. They're in the artworks, they're in the performance, they're in what you're doing, and they can have an immersive experience which makes them feel more connected to the performance as if they were part of it. The next thing, which has been a great point of discussion today, is artificial intelligence and how has it impacted the performing arts. First of all, we define it as a branch of computer science that focuses on creating systems capable of performing tasks that typically require human intelligence. So it includes learning, reasoning, problem solving, perception, language understanding and interaction, and of course it uses very deep algorithms, data and computational power to make decisions, recognize patterns, and improve over time through machine learning. One thing I advocate for creatives to do in the performing arts, this is where maybe my perspective differ from my friend Wamboi, is that I advise creatives to use AI for creative brainstorming. Because currently there's a thin line between plagiarism and all these things, it's really difficult to be sure that AI is producing outputs which you can say you're the first person to think of them. Because they use machine learning, and machine learning basically means it's fed already existing data, so much of it. So when you're asking it for a question, you prompt it, anything it gives you back, it's not thinking by itself and creating something new. It's just mapping through everything that has been fed to it, which means writing a play, my friend Wamboi, it may actually borrow from different existing plays and then give it to you as your play, and you can't be sure really if that's your work or not. But when you're doing it for creative brainstorms, it's like the example you gave where you can Google. If you want to write a script, you can say, the best scripts on earth. And then you're able to sample a few scripts, not really to borrow or copy from them, but to receive inspiration so that you can dream using your own mind. So it can give you fresh perspectives, innovative concepts, and analyzing lots of existing works and identifying patterns, which then can help you and assist you in your own creative process. There's research and data analytics. It's so huge on this because, again, it's fed with a lot of data. So if you want to research on the history of Kenya between 1200 and 1400, instead of going into 10 different libraries trying to find these books, it can be a simple prompts on AI. Just tell it, please summarize for me this history, give it to me in these points, try to be concise in this way and in that way, and then it will give you that data like this, pop, and you're able to use it in your own creative processes. Automation and routine tasks, a lot of work has been done manually over the years. But thanks to AI, right now we can just automate different things so that we can save up time to perform creative tasks. There are time-consuming tasks such as scheduling and managing calendars, handling inquiries. Now we have chatbots and all these things, and they're just been perfected. You send a request, hi, I would like to know how much is a ticket, and AI is able to respond and have a conversation with your audiences without having the need for any human interaction. which again, like I said, frees up time for you to focus on creative work. And then we can move to collaboration, and I'm calling it collaboration amplified because we've been collaborating. We've not been waiting for technology in the fourth industrial revolution to collaborate, but then how is it changing the collaborative landscape? Like I mentioned, this is an area, this is one part of the fourth industrial revolution which we have really embraced, especially post-COVID, because now we know Google Docs, we all know Google Docs and Google Drive, Cindy. Yeah, we can share and edit files live. Kitambo ilikuwa ni you work on a file, send it to someone else, anaongeza yake, send it to someone else, and before you know it, it's been 2 weeks of sending files across. But nowadays, we can all work from the same file, from the same live document, and we can chat and comment and edit out each other live. Of course, this eliminates delays and misunderstandings that can arise from working with static environments. And again, it makes communication instantaneous, making decisions quickly and much more effective. So that's why I didn't want to dwell on it so much, because I know this is something you're already familiar with. Marketing and promotion. It has been redefined a lot. We know of social media advertising, but we haven't really explored the benefits and the depth of it, because this is marketing efforts designed to reach specific audiences on social platforms by using data-driven strategies. If you research targeted advertising, you realize how sophisticated it is, how those tools have been developed in the modern age, which allow you to target very specific demographics. You can say, my show targets people of this age and of this gender, and this is where they live, this is what they do, this is their social level or class level, and to be able to target those people exactly. And of course, able to craft campaigns that resonate deeply with your target audience, and this increases your engagement and ticket sales if you're selling tickets. You will notice lately, if you just Google Nokia phone or an iPhone, and then you don't maybe even go far with your searches, you close. The next time you're on Jumia or eBay or any other platform, you start realizing they're giving you advertisements for that Nokia phone that you searched recently. So that's what targeted advertising does. Interactive online ticketing platforms. I know we have online ticketing platforms right now, but I haven't come across any in our market which is interactive. They offer interactive features such as seat previews. So you can have access to, or you can create, this is code you can actually make yourselves. You can have a ticketing platform that you say, I want seat J26. But then before you buy that ticket for seat J26, you ask it, how does the view look like from seat J26? And it's able to just show you the stage from that view. You can also tell it, I am a short man, so how will this impact my view? And then maybe it will change your perspective, and then you're able to select which seat works for you as an example. And of course, it can give you dynamic pricing and personalized recommendations. As a practitioner in the performing arts, again, going back to social media and data analytics, you're able to with time, you're able to identify people's buying behavior. You can tell this person logs onto this ticketing platform and they buy immediately. They don't take a lot of time. So you're namwambia tu, this show is 1,500, nunua. But then you realize there's someone else who really dilly-dallies, they take their time, ako hapo hayuko sure, anafungua ticket ya single, anafungua ya double ile offer, anafungua ile ya group of 5, and they just go back and forth. They don't make the decisions quickly. You're able to teach these machines to ensure that once they identify that person, unasema huyu mpe offer. Mwambie ni 1,500, but chukua na 200. Bei ya jioni. So that you're able to close them real quick. Some of the perks of using interactive platforms. Again, on audience engagement, something I know we haven't explored so much. Well, some areas, like I said, yes, like multi-platform streaming. I know right now we're on X, we're on YouTube, we're on Twitter. We've perfected that, you know. It's something that we do, which has enhanced events like this to be able to be visible, because I know there are more people watching me right now than the ones I'm seeing in the audience. However, it doesn't fully reflected to the actual performances, and this is where we need to commercialize. I long for the day where we'll see a poster out for a theater show, and you have your physical ticket and your online ticket, and you can purchase them there at will, just deciding on which one you're comfortable with. It's happening, but maybe it just needs to happen more. Something else that I'm going to add as an example, self-check-in entrances in our social and performance places. Bana Kevin, I was hoping with the updates to the KNT, which we have launched today, we're going to have self-check-in because I know who has attended a show here. Sometimes the queues can be crazy out there, Cindy, because of the manual check-in involved. But with machines like this, you can implement self-check-in where you just come, scan your QR code, pass, scan, pass, without really needing manual or human assistance, where the check-in staff kazi yao ni kusimama hapo kando to just help you in case there's an issue, unasonga tu kando unasaidiwa. And again, there's no need for the tagging that we do because you have two entrances. Moja ni ya kucheck-in, the check-in, if the capacity of this hall is 500, you know tuko na 300 people inside. If I excuse myself to get to the washroom, I check out using the other entrance, and now the admin can say, sasa tuko na 299. Without really needing to count manually or confirming tags every time you go in and out. So, Bwana Kimani, you can think about that. Data and analytics, I'd say this is your new drama tag and business development strategist. Why? Because now we have something called predictive analytics. Well, I lied. Predictive analytics uses data to forecast trends and audience preferences, helping us make informed programming decisions. Like again, we feed these systems and technologies data of today, and they're able to say, if this is the outlook today, how will it look like in the next 2-3 years? And they're able to give us projections, which are very good for strategic preparation and planning. Deep data analytics, again, just to provide insights into audience behavior, allowing us to understand what drives engagement and satisfaction. Analytics to measure the effectiveness of marketing campaigns. This is something I've already mentioned previously. And what are my recommendations? Number one, let's not shy from embracing technology for artistic creation and audience engagement. I know we've said there's a thin line right now. Some technologies are being developed. They're not yet perfected, but there's so much that we can use that is existing. There's so much help and assistance we can get, and we can really enable and then magnify, enhance our creative processes. Invest in training for artists, creatives, staff, everyone involved really in adoption of new technologies. One of the biggest challenges to adopting technologies ni watu wanasemanga hiyo kitu tu ni ngumu. I don't know how to do this. Mimi ni accountant. I don't know how to do this. Mimi ni something else. Technology is not for me. Iteni mtu wa IT. Right now, technology is not unique to anyone. It's all of us. If you're able to use this phone and operate it comfortably, then it's for you. So continuous training is essential to ensure that artists and creatives all around and staff can effectively use new technologies and integrate them into their work. Another recommendation is to forge partnership with tech companies for innovation. I know you may have looked at those VR, AR examples, and you're like, but Mimi, I can't do this. I don't even know how to start. You really do not have to do it yourselves, and this has been a great limitation and hindrance to the creative and performing arts sector because we want to do everything by ourselves. You want to be your own marketer, your messenger, your designer, your writer, your director, everything. But let's forge partnerships. And on this technological front, there are so many technology companies. We have VR and AR companies in Kenya, and they don't have much to do. And one of the biggest implementation they can do with those technologies is in our industry. We only need to approach them and give them all our creative ideas, and they're able to enhance our performances. Let's also remember to focus on the human element because technology is not here to replace what we do, it's here to enhance what we do. So it offers many benefits, but important to remember that it should enhance, not replace, and the human touch cannot be replaced really. The last one, let's invest in tech-enabled experiences in our performance spaces and stages. So we can elevate the overall performance and audience experiences using the example of the self-check-in, and there are so many others. Like here in this, I don't know, maybe Kevin can tell us, but if someone wanted to do a tech-enabled show, maybe VR and AR, this stage able to enable and support that vision to come to life. So we should be investing in that. Also,
let's not shy away from data collection. And of course, this is ethical data collection. So let's collect and process ethical data, which is crucial for building trust with our audiences and enhancing their experiences in meaningful ways. With that, thank you for your time. Thank you for the additional time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fedari. You can take a seat as we welcome the next presenter. And the next presenter is an end-to-end creative based in Nairobi, Kenya, with expertise in acting, directing, content creation, and event hosting. The presenter is a seasoned entertainer who has accumulated 7 years of experience in the creative arts and the media industry. From humble beginnings at KU Radio, he has gone on to be the star in some of major Kenyan classic award-winning comedy sitcoms like The Real Househelps of Kawangware, Hapa Kule News, Anti-Boss, and Vashita. Please, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else in between, please help me welcome the one and only Donald Openda. Donald.
Hey, thank you, Tash, for such an introduction. I didn't know you're going to read the whole thing. I could have summarized. So if you can hear me, please clap once. If you can hear me, please clap twice. So as you have heard, my name is Donald Openda. Kitu yenye nilisahau include kwa hiyo bio is that I am a master's student in Kenyatta University and I'm currently on the research stage. I can see some of my teachers in the audience and I hope I don't do a bad job, yeah? So my presentation is about the concept of hybrid theater, whereby the concept of theater has come a long way since the temple praises of Dionysus in the Greek age and the basic ritual practices marking the rites of passage as presented in the African society. In both cases, however, theater acted as an authentic bond, bringing together people from different walks of life. So this paper explores the intersection between hybrid theater and theater for development. So just to explain the terms as I am used to in a classroom situation, hybridization is the improvisation of one element by involving one or two other things in order to make it more adaptable. A good example, I could use a hybrid car and a hybrid cow, yeah? Are we together? So a hybrid car basically is a car that is both electric and uses fuel. A hybrid cow is a cow that is a mix between the indigenous and the Western brand, so to speak. So when I talk about the concept of hybrid theater, it refers to bringing together elements of technology, basically, into the traditional practices of theater. So this paper explores the intersection of hybrid theater and theater for development as innovative tools for sustainable innovation and social impact within the performing arts, aligned with the theme, igniting the future, sustainable innovation, and social impact in the performing arts by leveraging the avant-garde school of thought. This work advocates for the radical experimentation and interdisciplinary collaboration, merging traditional practices with interactive technologies to foster community empowerment and transformative storytelling. Kwa wale ambao wanasikia ni kama nimeenda kizungu kidogo, basically what I mean is by leveraging technology, we improve the process of storytelling and documenting some of the cultures that we both well know, and also enhancing some of the things that we are used to by bringing out some of the elements that we did not deem, I could say, presentable or could be staged in that manner. So just to continue, hybrid theater is characterized by its integration of augmented reality, virtual reality, interactive projection, and participatory elements to offer a dynamic, immersive experiences that engages with audiences deeply. So just up to that point, if I could talk about the concept of hybrid theater, I could divide it into 4 forms, whereby we talk about the creation, production, distribution, and access. So by hybridization of theater in the creation process, we are talking about bringing together different people or different parties that are involved in staging a work of theater that usually you had to meet in one central place, but due to technology and hybridization, you could write a play from Norway, you could cast someone who is somewhere else, and you could maybe do a couple of read-throughs or even bring out the play online via Instagram Live, because there was a project that the late Charlie Ouda and Nyokafi Mashare were doing during COVID. I've forgotten the name slightly. They were doing online monologues. So that is an balcony theater. Yeah, so when we talk about balcony theater, we're talking about someone is in the comfort of their room, you are in the comfort of your room, but then everyone has their script and you're reading through and also enacting whatever it is that is happening. When you talk about theater production and hybridization of the process, we're talking about the incorporation of many, I could say, aspects of technology. For example, when we talk about on stage, for example, you're using, for example, the lapel. You're using the lapel on your ears and someone is prompting you from off stage. That wasn't possible in the past. So by incorporating technology onto the stage processes, you could get to know what you're supposed to do at one point in time. So just to continue, theater for development with this emphasis on participatory dialogue, collective action, and social justice empowers marginalized communities by amplifying their voices and stories. Combining these approaches creates a powerful platform for dialogue, reflection, and social change. Yeah, so when we talk about topics that involve social change, social media informs most of the things that we do in the current day and age. For example, if someone comes up on stage and just says, "Anguka nayo," in terms of context, you already know what they mean. So just to take it all back, when we talk about social change and giving the community a voice, the incorporation of technology, especially through social media and the available forms of technology that enhance the globalization of the arts, of basically turning the earth into a global village, they tend to bring us into one as a form of singularity, and therefore it enhances the reach of theater away from the room that we are used to, or rather the traditional theater that we are used to. So by combining these approaches, it creates a powerful platform for dialogue, reflection, and social change, as it presents a comprehensive action plan for incorporating these methodologies into East African performing arts scene. It emphasizes the capacity building, that is talking about theater for development. It emphasizes the capacity building, resource mobilization, and community engagement, highlighting the importance of cultural sensitivity and sustainability. The plan includes recommendations for workshop, funding initiatives, and collaborative projects to support artists and organizations. Theater workshops and interactive performances demonstrate the practical application and impact of these approaches by embracing hybrid theater and theater for development. The East African performing arts sector can ignite its future by achieving financial sustainability while maximizing social impact. There are diverse perspectives on the theory, practice, and teaching of performing arts, offering a visionary framework of innovation and social transformation across multiple settings and modalities in this region and beyond. So, to that extent, I came up with a proposal of a workshop that one could use in case you would want to come up with a hybrid theater show or a hybrid theater play, or maybe educate theater practitioners out there on how to go about it in case you would want to put up a hybrid theater show. So the workshop, it concentrated on integrating digital technology in traditional performing arts, therefore bridging the gap between heritage and innovation. So basically, this workshop aims to introduce the participant to innovative methods of integrating digital technology into traditional performing arts. The session will explore how digital tools and platforms can enhance a creative process, production, and dissemination of traditional performances, ensuring these forms remain relevant to the digital age. Just to go through the guiding principles, my guiding principles when I thought about the concept of hybrid theater include preservation through innovation, emphasizing the importance of preserving cultural heritage while embracing technological advancements. What do I mean? For example, you are out there and you want to bring out something. Let's say you want to bring out a theater play. It will be better to tap into your cultural ways while also embracing the technological ways of disseminating or placing an item up on stage. A good example would be, for example, going to ChatGPT and giving it a prompt, for example, what do you know about Abagusi heroes? Yeah? And for example, ChatGPT would come and give you a detailed history of some of the heroes that are there. And from then on, you would decide on whether you're going to do Sakawa or you're going to do someone else, depending on the information that you have. Number two, we're talking about accessibility and inclusivity, ensuring the digital tools that make traditional performances more accessible to diverse audiences, including those with disabilities. What do I mean when I say this? By hybridization of theater, for example, a theater performance would be going down right here at the Kenya National Theatre, and by the fact that this show is being streamed, it makes it more accessible. Worldwide, someone can view it from Minnesota, Toronto, Timbuktu, or maybe Nyamira, where I am from. When you go to point number 3, we're talking about collaborative creation, encouraging interdisciplinary collaboration between technologists and artists to foster innovative artistic expression. One of the major things when you talk about a theatrical performance up on stage, we have to have a background or a backdrop. I have seen, there's a friend of mine called Mercy Mutisia. She uses AI to design the backdrops and the covers that are used in theatrical plays. And when you see them, you will not know that this was actually made by the use of technology. So by the fact that you have maybe, let's talk about the traditional graphic designer first of all, who makes your poster, who makes your artworks, who makes your marketing material, it moves forward to incorporating AI or maybe more forms of technology in order to foster collaborative creation. And then number 4, we're talking about sustainability, using technology to create cost-effective and environmentally sustainable practices and in the performing arts. So when you talk about sustainability, when you talk about something that is sustainable, it should be able to happen again and again and again at a cost-effective measure. What do I mean when you talk about cost-effective measure? For example, you guys are planning a theater show. Most of your cast is no longer in Nairobi, but you already have the play. You could open up a Zoom and you do your first, second, or third read-through and you would be forced to meet only when it is necessary. So just talk about the workshop structure and the activities, proposed workshop structure and activities. We talk about the case studies and presentation of successful, some of the digital technological shows that have ever been done. For example, in Kenya, when we check out the Balcony Theatre, that's an example of a case study that hybridization of theatre has done. Chronic Production recently launched their website whereby you could go and book your tickets from them online. So that's some of the solutions that you could have in theatre. And also in the case that you are missing a play, for example, the Mkisi ni Mkisi, you could get the link to stream the particular work of art online. So that is an example of a case study. Number 2, we have an interactive demonstration of how you would hybridize theater. Number 4, we have group activity. For example, a digital exercise. It could be a marketing exercise, it depends. We could have a discussion whereby an open flow of discussion to discuss the potential benefits and challenges of integrating digital technology in traditional performing arts. We have the performances can ask questions and experiences on how they might apply some of these works. And then finally, the conclusions, whereby we summarize the key points learned during the workshop, provide additional resources for participants to continue exploring digital integration in the performing arts, and encourage participants to stay connected and collaborate in future projects. So just to discuss the relevance of this concept of hybrid theater in the general performing arts field, this workshop would be highly relevant to the current landscape of performing arts in East Africa and beyond, where there is a growing need to innovate and adapt to changing technological environments by introducing participants to new digital tools and methods. Then this workshop aims to enhance creative capabilities of performing artists and educators. Number 2, to foster culture of innovation and adaptability in the arts. Number 3, to promote the sustainability of traditional art forms by making them more engaging and accessible to contemporary audience. Number 4, to encourage the development of new collaborative networks between technologists and artists. So this interactive session will not only equip participants with practical skills, but also inspire them to think creatively about how technology can be harnessed to preserve and transform traditional performing arts. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That was my presentation.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you very much. Please take a seat as we prepare a round of questions from the audience. So please, our mic rovers will take some questions from the audience and then they will answer. So, questions. Who has, this is Fedari here, and that is Donald Openda. All millennials. And as you can see, millennials happen to be the experts. They have the expertise, yeah? While the Gen X, I think they have the money. They have the money without the expertise. Or rather, they have the money and the old expertise. The millennials do not have so much money, but they have the expertise in modern ways of doing things. Gen Z. What do they have? Yeah? So they don't have money. They don't have the expertise. They have the energy. They have guts. And they have time. Yeah? Okay. So now, we are hoping by the end of this conference, we'll have a Gen Z presenting here on stage, yeah? And we'll get to hear the ideas they have. So, questions from this end? Yes,
yeah,
Daktari?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Very nice presentations. I like them. I'm just interested in a problem that arises. Since the 1930s, 1920s, people have been having conversations, since the advent of film. And there's been some sort of sibling rivalry between theater and film. And one of the questions that has been asked is, how much technology should we have on stage, and how much of that will make theater become or tend to emulate film and stop being theater? So in other words, we're asking the problem of when we incorporate so much technology on stage, are we still in theater? Is it still theater? Or is this something else? I'm talking about theorists who've been perpetrating ideas about, space. For example, I don't know, Peter Brook. I saw someone quote that in there, whatever. Or people like Grotowski. I know some people who follow this, whatever. And they've had these conversations which have come down to us, where we are talking about differences between the use of space as defined by people who like to talk about what theater is. You know, the idea that you have an audience, you have actors, you share the same space at the same time, and so on. So I'm fascinated by, are we losing the theaterness? Are we losing the liveness? Is theater dead if we start?
Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. Next question. Another question. You can raise your hand so the mic can locate you. Prof here.
Thank you. My question is to the two, Donald and Fedari. How does the incorporation of digital technologies impact the roles and responsibilities of traditional theater practitioners, such as actors, directors, designers, and how can the practitioners evolve and embrace these new technologies? And maybe it's related to what Dr. Mbogo said, because now theater, with technology, theater is just moving in a totally different direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Another question? Another question? Please raise your hand so the mic can locate you. Anybody? Raise your hand before we get the answers. Yes, there is a gentleman there. I think it's Kevin. Kevin, let's start with that lady over there and then go to Kevin.
Yes, so I was asking on virtual reality, I was asking where does hologram lie and now film and theater? Yes.
Thank you. Kevin?
Thank you. Just to Fedari, give us a hint on the fifth revolution, just a hint. You had mentioned it, and how it relates to AI. And also, maybe an interesting question is, from this afternoon's presentation, we all agree that technology is here with us. And as performing artists, we have to adapt, because if we don't adapt, we may be forgotten. Competition is stiff. And perhaps this also goes to the scholars in the house. Where is the place of AI within our curriculum so that we can sort of adapt what is necessary? Because I feel the risk that is there right now is when new things come to us and they are not structured, they can easily destroy us. So where is that line? So that it is structured, it is used constructively, it is used responsibly, and it is used without diluting performing arts, because performing arts is a critical component of who we are as a people, and we cannot allow technology to take over. How can we work with technology to ensure that we still retain those components that are critical to the arts?
Thank you, Kevin. We can take two more questions before we go for answers. There's a gentleman here.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Daniel Simiu. I'm a poet and a mental health advocate. Well, mine is not a question. It's just an add-on, also maybe to what Kevin has just popped up. If we think of technology as an enabler, it will change our way of thinking. Unaona? Because tech cuts across everything, whether it's farming, whether it's creative and arts, whether it's building, watu wa architect, so anatumianga hizo ma software to build hizo stuff, medicine. You see, think of tech as an enabler. Alafu tukiendelea na hiyo thought trail, tutafika nyumbani, si ndio? Yeah, that's mine.
Thank you, Simiu. And now a final question, that gentleman over there.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My question goes as a compliment from the first question and the question from the gentleman over there. The two presenters have shown how technology can coexist with performing arts or even enable performing arts. But to look at it comprehensively, maybe using something like the SWOT analysis, are there threats that technology can pose to performing arts, since this is something that is anchored to us as a people and anchored to us within our culture? So are there threats that can be posed by technology to the performing arts?
Thank you very much. I think now we have enough questions for our panelists to answer, but we have 6 questions and only one from a lady. Is there a lady who would like to ask something before we proceed? Ladies don't have questions, they usually have answers, yeah? Okay, thank you very much. So we can proceed to the panelists, and please answer any question you feel was directed your way.
Yes, so I'm going to answer the question. First of all, theater is not dead, yeah? And it's not dying anytime soon. Number 2, I'd like to quote whatever Atash said. Technology is already with us. And it doesn't mean, especially with the current dawn of AI and new technology, that this is the first time that we're actually experiencing technology. You could imagine the first time there was lights in the theater. You could imagine the first time there were curtains on the theater. That was regarded as technology. You could imagine the first time electronics were introduced on theater. Like, all those were phases of technology. You could imagine when film arrived, like that, we're talking about 80, 90 years or 100 years ago, you can imagine the kind of shock that people had, especially if you are used to going to the theater, and now there's a more interesting form of art that you can view from a screen, and you don't have to necessarily have people at that particular point in time. So technology has always been here, and change is inevitable. So just to answer Dr. Mbogo's question, when it comes to technology, there isn't a term such as enough technology. We can only talk about the impact of tech. For example, I could come here and tell you openly that the introduction of TikTok affected the theater-going capabilities of the younger generation. Why? People were reduced to enjoying 30-second content, 60-second content, as opposed to a 45-minute play. And I believe there's enough data to corroborate that, because even from this gathering, you guys have deduced that the younger generation do not really fancy the theater as much as the older generation. So number 2, I'd like to answer Prof's question. That is what is the digital impact of tech on the rules of theater, especially to the practitioners? We talk about the actors, directors, producers. I would answer this in a multifaceted approach, as it goes both ways. The digital impact, there's the good and there's the bad. We talk about the good things that come out of the digitization of theater. 10 years ago, I used to do set books, yeah? And during those times, when you go for audition and you are taken in, you had to have some amount of cash to go print out your script, yeah? You had to go to print out your script, and sometimes, let's say you're doing like 7 books, you wouldn't have that amount of money to print out those books, so you had to share. Fast forward that to this day and age. You don't even have to print out the script. You just type the script in PDF, you send it to the rest of your cast, and they have it on their phones. Number two, when we talk about rehearsals, yeah? Technology hasn't eliminated the need to meet when it comes to theater. It has only alleviated the number of times that you're supposed to meet, or it has made it easier in the case that one of your cast members or crew members is not present, the rehearsal can still go on from wherever it is that they are. When we talk about the negative impacts of digital tech, yeah, people have become lazy, yeah? People have become really lazy when, I don't mean that in a bad way. I read somewhere that if you want something done very effectively, you should hire a lazy person, because lazy people are very innovative. Yeah. The lazy people, they are quite innovative. So in Fedari's, I borrowed a couple of words from Fedari's presentation, whereby I could say that technology gives us time to concentrate on more creative, more complicated, more tasks that need actual human reasoning, as opposed to automated tasks such as sending emails, sending texts, confirming whether you are coming or not. We just concentrate on the basics. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it to Fedari. Aendelee kutoka hapo. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Thank you, Donald. Thank you very much. I don't know why you are looking at Fedari when you are saying lazy people are very innovative. Anyway, Fedari, please.
All right. The first question, I believe from Dr. Mbogo, how much of tech should we incorporate in theater, and how do we deal with the thin line which is happening now between theater and film? The reason why we feel like theater is slowly turning into film, it's not because theater is becoming film or theater is trying to emulate film. It's because of the growth of video technologies. The more and more tech grows, the more we're also relying on video technologies to enable our interaction or our usage of tech. And this is because of the aspect of technology and its relationship to how human beings uses it, called interactivity. Right now, as it is today, the only form of interaction we have with technology is through interfaces. It's not the only one, but the major one is through interfaces. And these interfaces can be in the form of different things. It could be the switch we use to light this stage. It could be the board the tech room is using to operate the lights and the sound. It could be your phone for you to make phone calls. Remember the interface of yesterday for phones was an actual dial form. Now we're just touching a screen. So as that screen technology grows, the more we are going to rely on it to interact with both ourselves and our audiences. So I really don't think theater is becoming film or is becoming like film, is that theater will increasingly rely on video and interactive technologies to be able to connect with its audiences. I know most of the questions have also touched on the changing times of traditional practices, of how we used to do things in theater and how it's seemingly looking like everything is changing. I think I just want to remind you something that also Openda has mentioned, is that times will always change. If you look at the history of the world, 50 years ago, 100 years ago, 500 years ago, times have always changed. If I can go back to the example of the phone, there used to be an operator. When you want to call someone in Mombasa, you first call the operator, they receive, and then they connect you to that other person. So what happened to the career of the operator? Because right now, if I need to call Tash, I only just dial them directly. I can use another example, things like cars. First cars were carts. They were pulled by people or oxen or horses. And then they had engines, you know. And then slowly we had what we know in the most modern times, manual cars. And then after manual cars, we had automatic cars, and there was a lot of resistance. Oh, sijui utamu wa gari ni kukanyaga clutch na kusoma kitu. But then, even those automatic cars are slowly now being replaced by self-driving cars. So what conversations are we having then? Even the self-driving cars, like I'm saying, we are always playing catch-up, are now being also replaced by flying cars. So times are always changing, and I think I can also bring in the question around the changing roles and responsibilities, Prof. You realize that with all these times that are changing, the world needs new skills, new set of skills, new learning to happen for it for us as human beings to interact and live with the current times. When you speak of actors and designers and how they should evolve and embrace technologies, I know we ask these questions with the context of who we are and who we are in 2024. In 2024, we're relying on a stage designer who must come and move these chairs physically and construct a set and do all these things. But these Gen Zs, as they are growing and as they are coming into the industry, they're not moving physical things. They're using design software to first emulate a stage and then maybe come move a few things. Eventually, they're going to use virtual reality. Eventually, something else will come. What I'm trying to say is the skills that we have today are unique to the needs and the solutions we need today. In 50 years' time, everyone will be growing, and the new skill set and the new workforce that you'll be having in the industry, say in theater, you rarely find someone coming to move physical things because it does not exist as a need, and it is not needed as a solution anymore. So that also goes with the time, as the times change, as new skills evolve. Accountants of yesterday, mathematicians of yesterday relied on logbooks and all those things. How many Gen Zs, mnajua logbook? Si logbook ya gari. Logbook ya calculate maths. Nani ameitumia? But after the logbook, we had the calculators and all this. So things keep changing. So accountants of today probably not know how to use the accounting softwares. If you give them the systems of yesterday, they'll be looking at you like you're mad. And they also don't need to know them because they don't exist in that world anymore, if my point is clear. The question on the hologram, I'm sorry, it wasn't so clear, but maybe what you're asking if it falls under film or theater, if it's on stage, or is it virtual reality or augmented? I will say holograms are augmented realities because they don't happen in a virtual environment. They happen in your physical environment, just that something just pops up and you can speak to a person. Like Openda will be here, we're having this conversation, but he's seated somewhere in Nyamira, like he said, but we're here. So that's augmented realities. Maybe if Tash, they could ask the question again after I'm done so that I get it what they meant, but I'll say it's augmented realities, and again, it is what we're using or is being currently used in theater, and slowly, one day you'll hear someone doing the first AR show in Kenya, and you will see one act show with 10 different performers. Currently, we have the same actor playing the different roles, but eventually you'll find one actor playing with many other roles, and they're all holograms and AR features on stage, and I believe you're going to love it. Hinting on the 5th industrial revolution, Bwana Kimani, you've heard of wearables, where you have like these specs. They could be a video. So I'm just looking at you, but you don't know what I'm seeing about you. Right now we have cars, these high-end cars, which have, I'll come to the metaverse. But you have these high-end cars, the Mercedes-Benzes of the day, where we are used to the maps, the navigation on our screen, on our dashboard, and you can only follow your position as you go. You know where it is, and it works perfectly. But right now, it is on the windshield. It's on the windshield where you go. If you're supposed to take a turn right, it just shows you, kabisa, turn here. and it's pointing to you that you should turn here. That is the introduction of the 5th industrial revolution. So that's on a car, but it's coming to our specs, it's coming to our bodies in the form of chips, which are in testing, some are being used. There's something we call the Internet of Things, whereby our bodies, our watches, our phones, our gadgets, our TVs, our fridges at home, our cars will start having conversations by themselves without you. Your fridge will run low on milk, and it's going to call the milk supplier, tell them, yo, hapa ni kubaya, we need milk. And then the milk supplier will come, they will only need to get to your gate. Your gate will see that there's milk, and your gate will call a robot, wambie kujia hii maziwa. The robot will open the gate, or they won't need to. The gate will see there's a robot coming for milk, inajifungua, takes the milk, inapeleka kwa fridge, wewe unatoka tu job, and then you find, oh, there's milk, you know? That is the Internet of Things. Your car will start reading your calendars. Actually, they are right now. It reads your calendar. It knows you had a 10 a.m. appointment, Mr. Pundo, and you only have 5 minutes. It knows you're late. So without telling you, it will change your navigation ikwambie, instead of going left today, turn the right because you need to save time. So that is the Internet of Things. They start thinking on our behalf and making decisions on our behalf. And of course, this is to enable our lives, the 5th industrial revolution. This is where we say, there's a futurist who's called Gerard, I believe. He says science fiction is slowly becoming science fact. And that's the fact, actually. And that's why, Mr. Prof, I really wanted to focus on the 5th, because we need to prepare for that science fiction. All those things we feel like they're dreams, they're far away, they'll never get to us, they are happening, and we're better off prepared than, again, trying to catch up at every juncture of innovation. The risks and threats, I'll combine the two. Definitely, with every change, with every new addition technologies, there are risks, there are threats. Some are health risks. We've had plastics. When plastics came, we were happy. Ooh, you could never imagine something produced on that scale, and it's stable and it falls down, it doesn't break. Unaweza ikunja, unaweza ikalia, na bado kunywa nayo chai, you know, all these things. But slowly, we are also realizing that there's a risk associated with that. The things like in hospitals, we had the scans, the x-rays. We were happy when the x-rays came, because now we could read the internal anatomy of the human being. We could see where that bone structure is broken and be able to repair it. But then again, with time, we realized there are risks with using these things. So over history, there have been so many risks. Lead has been a risk of the past, and so many other things. So there are risks. And the unfortunate thing with technology is that these risks, you can try to anticipate them, but until they actually happen, and they're happening and we see their impact, then we start to recognize and appreciate them and start to innovate different ways to mitigate. And these innovative ways to mitigate will again pose more risks. And I think that's just the way of life. So maybe the risks of technology, definitely we need structures, we need advocacy and government, what are they called? Those things that govern the way people do life. Policies, thank you. We need policies. In tech, Kwanzaa, it's such a gray area with AI, with everything really. Data protection, I know we have data protection bills, but when you go, you read them, they really don't cover much, because there's a lot of loopholes, and that's why people are able to still scam and steal data and do all these things because of that. So we need more policies. We may be excited about how technology is enhancing theater and performing arts and all these things, but again, there are risks. There are going to be robots on stage, and we will be forced to sit on the audience and watch them, and maybe we are going to stay outside and watch from screen so that the audience becomes robots watching robots. It's a real risk. So it's things we need to think about. But that said, there are things that I believe personally, it could be different in the future, but I believe there are human-only traits that cannot be replaced. Things like intuition. I don't think a robot will really have intuition. Things like creativity, things like love and emotion, all these things, spontaneity, all these things are innately and uniquely human, And I believe those are the same things that artists deploy in their creative processes. Those are the same elements of humanness we use to create, and that is why art can be so powerful and provocative, because it touches the core like anything else, like nothing else we have seen. So I don't think machines are truly posing a risk in replacing us as humans and creatives, not in our time. And I believe I've covered all the questions.
Thank you very much, Fedari. Thank you. The hologram lady, you still in the house? Hologram lady, she's still there. So
did I answer you?
Maybe
you can ask again.
It was answered. Okay, thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you.
When it comes to risk, I think hapo kwa robots, ile inaleta maziwa, ingine inachukua inatengeneza chai. The only thing I fear is another one will take the tea on my behalf. And then you know what will happen. Anyway, a quick question on virtual reality. When I want to put up a show at Ukumbi Mdogo or even here, I know Daddy. I will give Daddy some 25K thereabouts and the stage design, and he will come with his plywood, mbao zake za 2x2, and then paint and put up a set. Who is the Daddy of virtual reality?
It's still Daddy. And the only thing that changes, in my opinion, is the material Daddy uses to be Daddy.
So Daddy is doing that now as we speak. If
Yes.
I want to put up a show here tomorrow, I can talk to Daddy and he will put up like that virtual set here.
Yes, there's always going to be human input. Right now, the human input relies on the mbaos and the msumaris.
Yeah.
But in the future, you're going to rely on light.
Yeah.
So Daddy will need new skills, or there'll be a new Daddy from the Gen Zs who can now design your backstage using purely light. And then you have a board, something that looks like a board, and a door which opens, but...
Yeah, I'm asking because there's actually a show that's coming up, and that's the set we want to put up. But then, we don't know who to talk to. So, do you have such people who are really here? Yule tukitoka sahi nitaenda nimwambie kuja kazi.
Not that I know of, unless you know someone, but not here. I know someone, but it's a European, they're in Europe, not here. But again, it's a challenge to us Gen Zs. Isn't it job opportunities of the future? If you're looking to participate in theater and you're passionate about set design and you're thinking, oh, I can't work with Mbao, there's Mbao of the future. You just need to focus on that skill.
Check. Sa hapo ndio tunaingilia mahali kwa metaverse, and apparently right now at Alliance Francaise there's an exhibition that is ongoing. It's about Swahili culture. Basically they blocked out somewhere like this stage and then they replaced it with blank screens. They used the projectors to project the image such that when you enter that place it is a 3D virtual space, and then the show just goes on. It's been done by virtual reality, by the fact that you enter the stage space, it turns into like a 3D space because there are screens all around. It's like you block this stage and now the whole of this side, it's just screens, and when you view it, it's a show. It's a show. You can sit and you watch it. It's fully immersive, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Donald. Thank you, Fedari. Thank you, everyone, for an exciting afternoon session. And now I would like to... Daktari Shikuku, are you here? Dr. Shikuku? Please a round of applause to Fedari and Donald as they sit. Dr. Shikuku, please give us guidance from here.
Thank you, Tash, for moderating that session. It has been a thought-provoking session. I think we have all enjoyed the session. Have we not? Yes, we have. So thank you so much. We'll get guidance just right now. In the spirit of giving free things, we have been told that there is a free performance. This is the kind of performance that should not be for free, but KCC, being as good as they are, they have allowed us to watch it for free. So we'll take just a short health break. Go and enjoy some tea. Please don't go. Come back in the next 10 minutes so that we can enjoy the performance together. After the performance, we'll give you more direction. Thank you so much and enjoy your tea.